morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.
Happy New Year. I'm Mac Watson. 2025 was an amazing year for Cowboy State Daily. So today, we'll talk to our reporters about the most read stories on Cowboy State Daily for the year that was. Dale Veseth ran a cattle operation, the same Montana ranch that his father and his grandfather did before him. But now he's donated the 38,000-acre, $21 million ranch to the Ranchers Stewardship Alliance. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reported the reason why he and his wife decided to donate their ranch was to ensure that it stayed a working cattle operation rather than being sold off or converted to other uses.
The story about that place really struck a nerve with readers, I think, because it really highlighted the need to take drastic action to keep working ranches going. In a world where real estate or hunting properties, ranchers are lured away from keeping the ranch alive by selling out to some kind of real estate venture or resort venture that's happening. And in this part of Montana, what's also happening is that the conservation group American Prairie Reserve is buying up ranches and creating a really impressive bison range, but that's really controversial in that part of Montana. And so the Veseths found a different route. They created their own foundation to preserve a way of life and to preserve a special place.
As ranch communities in Wyoming know well, it's harder than ever for younger generations of ranch families and anyone else interested in running sheep and cattle to break into the business. 12 hours after his wife shot her 4 children and herself, Cliff Harshman of Byron sat in a hospital waiting room. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland interviewed Cliff, who said that he had lost his best friend, his kids, everything.
I had reported that this mother was involved in this tragic murder-suicide incident. I had reported that the girls had died, that one was hospitalized. And so I was on top of the hard news part of it, but then I called Cliff Harshman, the dad, the husband, and he was devastated. He was very raw with me. He said that his wife had essentially been through hell, mental health-wise, and he wanted to let people know what had happened.
Coworkers organized a GoFundMe account to help Cliff deal with funeral and other expenses and allowed him to focus on grieving. I'll be back with more of the most read stories from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
988 is for Mike, who's struggling to move on. For Lydia, who's overwhelmed by the pressure of doing it all. For Eric, who feels sad and lonely this time of year. For Helen, who's so anxious she can't sleep. 988 is for them, for you, for Wyoming. To get free support for a mental health or substance use crisis, call or text 988, available anytime, day or night.
The most read stories of 2025 from Cowboy State Daily continues now. So a dust-up happened between the U.S. Senate over Australian tariffs, which opened discussions about unfair trade practices. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reported that Senator John Barrasso said that while $29 billion of Australian beef had been sold in the United States, not one hamburger from America is allowed down under.
Why can't we sell Wyoming beef in Australia? We have some of the best beef in the world. And I think the thing is this commodity, what we do is we import a lot of our ground chuck comes from foreign countries so we can get that affordable hamburger on the dinner plate. Our beef that we raise here is really high quality. It's not ground chuck, it's the premium steaks.
Australia only accepts U.S. beef if it can be proven that the beef was sourced from cattle born, raised, and slaughtered in the United States. That's an issue because many exporters also source beef born in Canada and Mexico for their operations. After years of questions and wondering what happened, DNA confirmed the remains found in a rural area near Gering, Nebraska back in October. They were that of Chance Engelbert. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke with the mother of the Moorcroft man who had been missing more than 6 years. She had a hard time believing his death was accidental.
His family has no problem believing that he did fall, as investigators say, between 130 and 290 feet from the top of Scotts Bluff Monument. However, the bone of contention is how he got onto the top of that. So that's the question. How on earth did he get up there?
The 25-year-old Engelbert disappeared over the July 4th holiday weekend in 2019. And that's a look at some of 2025's most read stories. Remember, get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily. Happy 2026.
There's a lot of need in the world, and if you're like me, it can seem too big to make a difference. But that's why I decided to start volunteering with Mercy Ships. Dedicating a few weeks or months of my life every year in the service of others has brought me more than I could ever imagine. Plus, I'm getting to meet people from all around the world and make lifelong friends. Hey, Michelle. And with so much to do here, there's an opportunity for everyone to make a difference.
High five.
But the best reason to volunteer is knowing that no matter what you do, you're helping change people's lives every day. Whether it's for 2 weeks, 2 months, or 2 years, when you volunteer with Mercy Ships, you'll find your purpose, your people, and your place in this world. And all you gotta do is visit mercyships.org today. I hope to see you soon.
Cowboy State Daily Show, Thursday. Happy 26. Stories we're covering today. Well, the usual Cowboy State Daily stories. And special guests. Yeah, we got a few of those as well. Don't miss Maria Cuccia. She's made all the outlets, including Coast to Coast with Art Bell or whoever the new Art Bell is. Her abduction by alien stories. She was abducted, and not only that, she has what she believes is an 8-year-old son. Like a boy, like from 8. Oh, yeah. Yeah. We're going to have her on. And a whole bunch more. Let's get Jen Coker in here. First things first. Jen, New Year's. You look pretty vibrant on a New Year's Eve morning.
Yeah,
or New Year's Day morning.
Thank you. We might compete to see who had the most boring New Year's Eve.
Maybe. I celebrated the new year. I rang it in at 8 o'clock. No, earlier than that, like 5 o'clock. Whenever London celebrates theirs, I watched it on BBC. London.
Yeah.
Oh my goodness, they do up New Year's.
Mm-hmm.
Like the ball drop on Times Square, big deal. London had 12,000, 14,000 fireworks, a 12-minute long, massive fire. You know how at the end of fireworks shows, it's the grand finale?
Mm-hmm.
They did that for 12 minutes.
Oh, that's awesome.
It was so cool. Right there on the banks of the River Thames. It was, I don't know, hundreds of thousands, not millions like New York, but lots of people. It was cool.
I missed it. I watched my little sister sent me a video of her children celebrating the New Year. That's as close as I got. And they were up later than I was.
That's nice.
Yeah, they're really cute.
So, yeah, I did very early. Then I did Stranger Things, but nobody watches it that I know on Cowboy State Daily affiliation. Not you?
No, sorry.
It was super good. I thought the Duffer Brothers did a good job of finishing it. It's hard to end a series and have people satisfied. Like, yeah, that's good. People always want more. They think you ruined it. I thought it was really good. I didn't make it. How long did you make it? What do you remember? What's the last thing you remember?
You mean just time-wise?
Yes, time-wise.
I'm going to say 8:15 p.m.
Mm-hmm. That's pretty impressive.
Yeah, it's really sad. But I am really eager to start 2026.
All right, me too. Let's get rolling. So, your name is not on this story. This story, I think, was covered by who? I heard about remains found in the patch.
That was I told Greg I had an interview right when that broke.
Oh,
so it was already scheduled. So I just passed it on to Andrew, who handled it deftly, as he always does.
Yes.
I had an interview with a guy who created, now I'm just skipping ahead of this, but who created an AI database called CrimeIsle to help law enforcement and private investigators and citizens solve crimes.
I like that.
I know.
When artificial intelligence is used for positive, that's good.
Yeah. So I couldn't cancel that. So it's just kind of, breaking news doesn't wait for you.
No. Well, that's breaking, but there's still maybe news to emerge. Carbon County Sheriff said human remains found near a well site, and possibly we can link this up to David Williams, disappeared back in the 80s, 45 years ago. Maybe.
Yep, we'll see.
Yeah.
That would be a good solve. I hope it is David Williams, because I know that his family members the ones who are still living, would really like answers. I spoke to them briefly after my story. I wrote about him last year, and his relative reached out after the story ran. And that's the thing, you can't always find somebody before as you're writing the story. And it's always neat when family reaches out after and thanks you for remembering their loved one. That's the thing. These people are just so grateful that somebody is still talking about their missing loved one.
Yeah. David Williams was 33 when he disappeared, November 11th, 1980. Called his wife and said, I'm going to be home late. Got to go check this one remote well with another passenger in a Chevy Blazer. Next thing you know, nobody sees him again.
Yeah.
I was going to check Desiree's database to get a little background on it. I didn't realize you've written him up then, this case.
Yeah, I believe so. I get confused. I was thinking, let me verify I did that.
I'll just, I'll do one of them search it up Google things.
Yeah.
Or AI. Although,
and
David Williams, that's the reason I didn't search him, because it's such a common name. I don't want to weed through all them.
Yeah. And speaking of missing people of Wyoming, I'm very happy to say yesterday they launched a map, and it's an interactive map of all the missing people 1 year or more, but it pinpoints the location. So you can see, and Desiree Tinoco of Missing People of Wyoming worked with all the sheriffs to really pinpoint those last seen locations. So anybody out, when human remains are found, and unfortunately on this one, I don't believe they're lining up. So I'm questioning whether it is David Williams, but you just never know.
Yeah. Okay. Well, that's a useful value add to the website, the database, Desiree's. I like that. Okay.
Yeah, I'll be writing about it. It's been used already. The precursor to this, there was a kind of a real rudimentary map, and the people who found Kyle Ellis up in Park County, they used that map to say, hey, could it be him? So it's already had a useful application.
Yeah. Okay, good deal. And you're hopefully putting the final wraps on our Yellowstone former law enforcement, former Rangers too?
Yeah, well, that's going to come with me to Florida. I'll be working on that there. This week, yes, I'm working on a missing person, Rupert Brown, missing from the Wind River Reservation area. So I will have that story for the weekend.
That sounds familiar, Rupert Brown.
It's pretty recent as far as missing person cases go. It's 2020. So it's pretty recent.
Okay. Yeah.
Yeah. And it's another situation where, absolutely he walked off, left his sister's house, and that was it. Nobody's seen him again.
Yeah. I mean, so many times we talked about the reason the missing persons cases fascinate you and I, and probably a lot of us, is unanswered questions for sure. But also, people don't just usually people don't behave that way. It's usually out of character. It's usually not their intention to disappear. It's usually something we find out, unfortunately, homicide related or accident. Yeah. But if it is homicide related, what that means is there's somebody out there who killed someone. So there's two missing persons, the one missing victim and one person we'd like to find to say, you need to be in prison.
You're exactly right. We don't think about it that way, do we? But you're right. I mean, whoever, and a lot of these missing people are euphemisms for murdered but not found.
Yeah.
So you're right. I mean, there's somebody who got away with something also out there.
With today's forensics and everything, it's so hard to commit the perfect crime, but it is possible to get away with murder. And every time really I see a missing person case unsolved, I fear that is exactly what's happened.
Yeah, me too. I hate to say it. Rarely are they just missing on their own.
I do like when they turn up missing on their own. I'm 99% thankful, like, oh, thank goodness they were just having a walkabout. And then 1% of me goes, do you not read the internet?
I know, like the missing woman from Rock Springs who was, quite angry that she was reported missing. She went off the grid for a few days on her own accord, and she was not happy.
It's like maybe it's me just being jealous that I want to go off the grid, every once in a while for 48 hours. But I'd tell one friend, one lifeline, just in case there was a massive Cowboy State Daily media search for me.
Yeah, I know. I mean, that's something to think about. And if you did go off the grid, would anybody notice?
Maybe that's what the people, they're like, I'll never be missed. Nobody's even, I could drop out for 3 days. Nobody's even going to notice unless the rent's due or the cat needs fed. Yeah, maybe.
It's interesting.
All right. So Florida, when should I be ready to pack and get up there to Gillette and jump? You flying out of the...
Yeah, flying out of Gillette, and it's one of those very uncivilized 5 a.m. flights, 5:30.
Oh, wait a minute.
These are just cruel.
Hold on. Hold everything.
Yeah, I mean, it just ruins the whole day, right? Because you have to be there. Now it's very strict. You have to be there at least an hour ahead of time. So. Yeah.
Do you see there's a new, I don't know if it's a TikTok trend, but there's this new social media viral trend of seeing how late you can arrive to the airport and still get on that plane. It seems silly. It's
that idea stresses me out because I grew up with a father who loved to play that like last minute game. I run through the airport, and a lot of times it was just him dropping me off, and he'd be like, "See ya, kid, I'm running."
Yeah. You got plenty of time, right?
Yeah, he's just like edging it, and yeah.
Now that they've relaxed some TSA things, and now that you have pre-boarding, you can actually have your boarding pass. You can do all that digitally. I am also inclined to, forget the 2 hours. That's ridiculous. I mean, come on. You're Chicken Little if you keep saying, if you're who does that? The FAA, would that be them, or the TSA? Arrive 2 hours before. I'm like,
TSA.
Come on, you're numbing it, you're ruining it. Just say the real time we need to be there.
Yeah.
And what are they saying now? 1 hour?
1 hour. And I think I don't know if it's TSA or FAA, but it's definitely an hour. And I remember reading on their website, it's like you have to be here 60 minutes by law.
Yeah.
So I'm like 60 minutes plus 15 minutes.
Yeah. And the smaller the airport, the more you can get. I fly out of Jackson, and there's like,
I love these small airports.
2 scanner. And I know, well, I used to know the TSA because it was one of the last airports that was not TSA. So the agents were like local. And they'd be like, yeah, well, you could have a zebra in a bag that's like moving around. And they'd be like, come on, Jake, go. And I don't know why I thought of a zebra.
I like it.
Yeah, I wouldn't for fun, and I think it is a TikTok thing. I wouldn't for fun push it. Like, how low can you go? How late can you arrive at? Because a lot of people didn't make that flight, and then they go.
Yeah. And any trend on TikTok, I think that just a course of action, don't do it. Remember the toilet, like the toilet seat during COVID? It's like, well, what are you guys doing? And the Tide Pod, it's like, what on earth are we doing as a civilization?
Sound advice from Jen Coker. Kids, don't try anything you see on TikTok, unless it's a cute little dance, maybe.
Yeah, do a little dance.
Do a little dance, and that's about it, you know?
Yeah.
All right.
I'll see you in a week.
Happy flying. Happy 26. See you in a week.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Bye, Jen Coker on the show. We do have a potential, not a new missing person, but Jen's working on a fairly fresh missing person case. Rupert down in, I think that's Sublette County. I have sort of remember that. And then possibly, and we'll see how things shake out in Carbon County, but David Williams. We did find remains. David Williams, if it is he, disappeared 45 years ago. Andrew Rossi has that story. Alex Bakken made the announcement just yesterday, confirming remains were found near a well site on the BLM land December 19th. So we'll hopefully get to the bottom of that and dig up some more answers. I got a weather forecast for you, and we'll start digging into the day. It is the first day of 2026. Feels just like a kind of regular day, but I don't know. It's got a fresh air to it. We'll be right back.
Hey, Wyoming, ready for news that actually feels like Wyoming? Tune into Cowboy State Daily Radio with heart, humor, and a little Western kick from ranch roads to mountain peaks. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. No fluff, no filter, just the real deal. Real voices, real stories, real Wyoming. If it's happening here, you'll hear it here. Cowboy State Daily Radio, Wyoming's news, just the real deal. 100% homegrown. This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Hi. I'm your retirement fear. But don't be scared. You're still in pre-retirement.
Does that mean I have more time to plan?
Precisely. Here, this is pretirement.org.
Retirement savings options? Potential tax breaks.
Ooh.
This isn't scary. I'm doing it.
You got this.
Visit thisispretirement.org for free resources to help you customize your action plan.
So as a technical sergeant, E6.
I served in Vietnam in 1969.
I am a U.S. Army veteran.
Have you ever helped a fellow veteran?
Of course.
Yes.
Try to always be there for each other.
I do my best reaching out to my brothers and sisters in arms.
Have you ever asked for help yourself?
It's always tough, right?
I can't say that I have. I mean,
if you don't have someone to kind of help you guide those thoughts, it can be really bad.
Eventually, you just can't deal with it on your own.
I guess it's a part of the military too, right? Service before self.
It was drilled in, service before self.
And you start to question, maybe people would be better off without me, When you realize that you're not alone, once you take that first step, there's so much support.
This feels like a spring weather sound bed, which is fine. I got eyes on spring already. In fact, we're gaining daylight, right? We've already hit solstice, and now every day is getting a little bit longer. Little bit, very slowly. Here's some weather forecasting for you. Slight chance of rain after 3 today in Casper. Clouds on the increase. Highs in the upper 40s. Riverton, same. Highs 44 with possibly a rain shower coming late afternoon. Snow and rain likely in Evanston today. Cloudy, upper 30s. Chance of snow and or rain at Green River. Highs 42. Pinedale, chance of snow. Mainly afternoon. Cloudy, 37. The high in Pinedale. Alpine, snow, rain. Likely we'll throw in some fog as well after 4 p.m. Highs 37. DuBois, chance of rain and snow after 5. Mostly cloudy, breezy with highs 43. Jackson, snow and rain likely upper 30s. Thermopolis, clouds on the increase with highs 46. Cody, mostly cloudy and 51. Comfortable in Buffalo, partly sunny and 52. Sheridan, 46, partly sunny skies. In Gillette, clouds on the increase, highs 50. Newcastle, partly sunny, 52. Torrington should hit 56 today under partly sunny skies down there in the eastern plains. Lusk, partly sunny, 54. Cheyenne, clouds increasing, breezy, 56 your high. Laramie, slight chance of snow or rain with highs 46. And finally, Rawlins. Maybe some snow today, mixed with rain after 11 a.m. Mostly cloudy, breezy, 41 in Rawlins. And we'll do the weather for encampment only because encampment factors into today's This Day in History. You'll never guess why. You can start researching now. It should be an Abby trivia question, but I think Abby's going to ditch us on this New Year's Day. I think. But we'll replace her with Mac, and maybe we'll put Mac through the trivia machine. But today, encampment factors into This Day in History. January 1st, encampment. Chance of snow, rain, cloudy, highs 42. In encampment. That's the day weather forecast. Don, I think, will be with us. All the guests today, with the exception of Maria Cuccia, I'm going to put a question mark after because it's New Year's Day. Maybe they'll be here. The early morning guests, you really have a question mark, although Jen got us started off 1 for 1. Jen Coker here first thing on New Year's Day morning. That's not easy. Mac Watson will certainly be here. He told me he's going to pop on. Maybe Jackie Dorothy, Mark Hines, Renee Jean will be here. And I can't wait to talk to Maria Cuccia. She's an author of a new book, her biopic, which picks up after her regular normal life growing up in Queens, New York and Long Island. And we pick it up 8 years into her marriage when in the middle of the night she was visited by aliens. Obviously, some beings from another planet. She'll tell the story, but it's fascinating. Oh, speaking of weather, good point. One of our frequent listeners gave us a call on the studio line, sent a text, said this morning at 4 a.m. 4 a.m. on New Year's Day. 4 a.m. I was awakened by an emergency alert. What idiot would text you at 4 a.m. on New Year's Day morning? The United States government, that's who. Jeez. Or the state government officials in Maryland And our listener said, can you guess what for? It was for a snow squall, emergency weather alert snow squall. And then there's a photo of how much snow this horrible weather event left. And it's like, a trace. And it's got me thinking that while this may be a Maryland thing, and I don't know if we can attach this kind of thing to liberals. I would love to, but I don't know if it's political. But there's definitely all the, it began when it was no longer safe to drink out of the garden hose. I put my finger on that was the turning point when suddenly, if we drank out of the garden hose, we were all going to die. Somehow that water is different from the water we're drinking in the house. And there might be some kind of bacteria in the garden hose. That's what we're drinking. It's certainly not gray water. I mean, it's just water. We all lived through it, and it probably made us stronger. It's probably the reason why we didn't have no COVIDs back in the 60s, 70s, 80s, 90s. Maybe. I mean, I'm not Dr. Fauci. But we were tougher because we ate dirt, drank out of the garden hose, and rode to and fro in the back of pickup trucks. Seatbelt. I can't even remember trying to find a seatbelt in the back seat of our station wagon. That was one of the first things that disappeared. I don't even know if we had them. I assume a seatbelt safety device was federally mandated, but it's one of the first things that disappeared in your new car or your pre-owned family car is the seatbelt was swallowed up by the back seat gap between the backrest and the seat. The seatbelt fell back in there and you never saw it again. And you didn't really look for it because you didn't miss it. Because it's as much as a pain in the butt as the seatbelt in an airplane. And I know there might be a reason to belt yourself in an airplane. In case you hit turbulence, you might be on the roof. Or you might collide into somebody else. I get it. But still, a seatbelt on an airplane, when that thing goes down, don't worry about the seatbelt. Don't worry about the flotation device. It's just a luck of the draw you survive a plane crash. You'd be the one guy out of the 160 who's sitting in row, let's see, seat 11A, right? Isn't that the lucky seat? What's that India plane crash? India, once again, I've gotten way off topic. India plane crash, seat 11A. Oh, never second guess my memory. Air India plane crash happened back on November. That should be one of the stories of 2025. November 2nd, 2025, 169 Indian nationals. Is that total? No, killed 241 people. Oh. Sole survivor, called himself the luckiest man alive, I'll say, as a Boeing 787 went down shortly after takeoff, Western India. It crashed into a whole bunch of buildings, caught fire. One guy walks out of that wreck. One person out of 241 on board. Yeah, luckiest man alive. Sitting in seat 11A. I remember it still. Because that's the first seat I try to book when I get a flight now. Seat 11A. Anyway, yeah, the seatbelt. So back when we first started getting worried about, and it was probably some sissy precursor to Dr. Fauci who told the whole country, you really shouldn't drink out of garden hoses. Oh, way to go. Ruin that. The same Surgeon General who put the warning on the pack of cigarettes, which is legit, right? But that same Surgeon General maybe feeling all puffed up over the success of the warning this product could cause cancer kind of thing, feeling real full of himself, extended that out saying, you also shouldn't drink out of garden hoses or ride in the back of pickup trucks. And ever since, we get a nanny state that's worried that we can't stay alive for 5 minutes without big government telling us how to stay alive and warning us that a snow squall is coming. I've noticed this is fairly recent, where all of a sudden weather is going to kill you. And you can sign up for alerts, or you can just go to the National Weather Service, NWS. You can go to get your weather forecast, and you'll see these weather advisory, weather watch, winter advisory, winter watch, winter warning, winter storm warning. And that's the progression of impending doom, according to the National Weather Service, NWS. Yeah, it begins with winter advisory. Like, you can just run a winter advisory on December 21st and just keep it in place through whatever the last day of winter. Like, winter advisory. We don't have summer advisories. Warning, summer advisory. Today may feel a lot like the season called summer. Yeah, on July 1st, it might. So the winter I still don't understand the winter advisory. Yes, it's winter. That is the season. Winter advisory. That's the first warning you'll get that something is happening. Man, something like a snow squall. Then we all of a sudden had the winter watch, the winter weather watch. The watch is, we think a big winter storm is coming. Pretty sure. Watch out for it. And then finally, the winter weather warning, the actual warning advisor, like, it's here, it's coming. Get your shovel. Don't drive anywhere. Lock yourself in the basement. Start hoarding toilet paper now. Winter weather warning. This progression of winter weather is going to kill it. And now we get squall alerts. Apparently they do in Maryland. One of our listeners said, awakened at 4 a.m. by an emergency alert warning snow squalls. Wow. I'm telling you, all this nonsense happened when it was no longer kosher to drink out the garden hose. Because when we're outside playing, Mom did not want you inside. You got your muddy sneakers on. You got your big clodhopper kicks. And you're thirsty. And you're supposed to drink water. That's another thing. The whole notion that we got to hydrate 24/7. Everybody walking around with a cell phone and a Stanley. If you were to make the average American Cupid doll, you ever seen those things on the Facebook? They're not real products, but they say, like, what is the typical Canadian? And it'll show some guy with a hockey stick, coffee cup from, what's the one and only Canadian coffee place? Canada's Starbucks. Canada is, how can I not? Tim Hortons. You have your Tim Hortons coffee cup, a hockey stick, couple of teeth missing, and a toque. And you'd be like, oh, the average Canadian. The average American cell phone, staring at the cell phone with a water bottle. Because we got to hydrate. Every Surgeon General suggests that we should take a drink every 4 seconds. We should consume, on average, to be healthy, 3 gallons of water a day. And so not only do you have to, tote your Stanley or whatever your beverage holder of choice is. We even have backpacks full of water with a pipe that puts it right in your mouth so you can constantly drinking water. All this seems like a ploy by bathroom makers, toilet makers, because all it does is send us into the nearest men's room 24/7. But that's another thing. Yeah, I'm just saying that's another thing where to remain healthy, we have to drink water constantly like we breathe, and we can't drink it out of a garden hose because mom wouldn't let you in the house back then. What's more dangerous, whatever you can catch out of the garden hose or whatever you're going to catch from mom when you go in the house, ask for a glass of water, and you got muddy sneakers?
Every morning, America wakes up to reheated outrage and copy-paste commentary.
Yeah, I don't follow talking points. I follow common sense. If that hits a nerve, good. It means you're still alive.
No spin, no fluff, no kumbaya, just Jake. Serving up truth, sarcasm, and grit. Stirred by hand and seasoned with reality.
I don't yell, I don't pander. I just call it like I see it, and trust me, there's plenty to call.
From the Capitol to the county fair, if it's worth talking about in Wyoming, Jake's already on it. No permission needed, no script required.
The West was built by people who spoke their minds and stood their ground. I'm just making sure we don't forget how.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever bold voices still have a mic.
No apologies, no filter, no bull.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Emma, did you hear?
Todd's in the hospital.
Who's Todd? He got a collapsed lung from vaping. He thought it was cool.
Not cool.
Promise you won't vape, Emma. It can lead to a lifelong addiction, and we can't be friends if your lungs collapse.
Bogus.
Wacky sitcom teens aren't the best people to talk to your kid about vaping.
Hey, you got a minute?
You are. Start the conversation with your child about vaping today.
These walls and windows hold me tight. The warm embrace we all call home. My neighbors watch over one another. This little street is a land of liberty of its own, where I always have a place to go. I'm free to call this place my own. We all deserve a place to call home.
That's an American dream.
When the uniform comes off, the battle doesn't always end. Too many of our veterans are fighting silent wars, with trauma, with loss, with hopelessness. Downrange Warriors stands in that gap, offering peer support, purpose, and a brotherhood that saves lives. You can help. Visit downrangewarriors.org, because no warrior should ever walk alone. Hope is waiting. Be the reason they find it.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a New Year's Day morning. Happy New Year to you. Did you take in the festivities? I virtually celebrated with all of England. I watched the London New Year's, and I got to say, they did it up, man. Wow. I mean, I've been personally to New York's version of New Year's Eve, New York City. The whole ball drop on Times Square. I've done that. Watched it, been there, took part in it. That's good. But the spectacular, it was nothing like what London did last night. Golly. The fireworks show, and it was an extravaganza. I don't know how else to describe it. Fantastic. The way they rang in the new year in England. Pretty cool. Tried to make it to the East Coast New Year's, that didn't get there. No, not with this early gig. Celebrations around the globe, though, for the coming of the new year. Hey, look at this. We are a species that celebrates another trip, another full circle around our star. We did it. Planet Earth made it once again all the way around our star. Cause for celebration and a lot of drinking. And things, I think, I didn't hear about any... I always think about in this day and age, terrorist activity. I didn't hear any terrorist thing. Everybody appeared to have celebrated safely with the possible exception of this horrendous fire on New Year's Eve in the Swiss Alps bar. Dozens presumed dead, maybe 100 injured. A fire ripped through a bar, a New Year's celebration, Swiss Alpine. The bar is the Crans Montana Resort. It's known as an international ski and golf venue. That's where the bar is located at this resort. It's Le Constellation Bar. And apparently started, one eyewitness said, when a bartender was carrying a barmaid on his shoulders in some fashion, and she had a candle, a lit candle in a bottle. And because she was being carried, she was up, way up high by the ceiling, and the candle caught the ceiling on fire. And then, I don't know what the fire codes are in Switzerland. But yeah, the ceiling just caught, and I don't know if there's any sprinklers and stuff like that, but this bar just went up apparently pretty fast. People are smashing windows trying to get out. Panic, dozens dead, 100 injured. And that is certainly the tragedy story of New Year's Eve. All other celebrations appear to have gone well, minus the hangover. Cowboy State Daily newsletter today, if you receive that in your inbox, and I hope you do. I hope you have subscribed to the newsletter. If so, you're one of over 105,000. So you're in good company. We've got a fifth of the state's population. Many of our subscribers, though, live out of state. They one time may have lived in Wyoming. They wish they lived in Wyoming. It's not a requirement to prove residency here to subscribe to the newsletter. Feel free. But 105,000 and counting. And if you have not yet subscribed, get on the website and do so. CowboyStateDaily.com. In the newsletter, you will have learned that 2025 was an amazing year for Cowboy State Daily. 62 million page views. You are in good company. 62 million, 12.2 million unique visitors throughout the year. So it's not like the same person going back to the same website yesterday, today, and tomorrow. 12.2 million unique views to the website in 2025 alone. Over 105,000 newsletter subscribers, 191,000 Facebook followers, and somewhere in the neighborhood at 22,000 subscribers to our YouTube channel. So, Cowboy State Daily, the largest, fastest growing news organization in the 6-state region. Never mind Wyoming. Yeah, that's a done deal. Largest news in Wyoming? Cowboy State Daily. Duh. What about Idaho? Cowboy State Daily. Montana, North Dakota, South Dakota, and Nebraska. The largest news organization in all of those 6 states is this one, Cowboy State Daily. No news organization in these 6 states even comes close to the readership of Cowboy State Daily. Reason why? Cowboy State Daily does news you want, told in a neutral, fair fashion. How much news? 4,700 stories last year alone. That doesn't include, weather, some kind of it doesn't include anything I do, or weather, sunrises, the Daily Darwin, which is always fun. That's like a goofy video thing that happens every day. Doesn't include any of that. We're talking about 4,700 unique actual news stories. That comes out to be about 13 a day. No news organization is writing 13 news stories every day. That's impossible, right? You ask any newsroom today, or any editor, or any publisher who either is working or thinking about creating a newspaper, can you do 13 stories? No. We can maybe do 3 unique stories a day. Maybe. 13? No. Nobody's doing that. And one piece of good news, many folks who do subscribe to Cowboy State Daily and watch and listen daily have really missed the video newscast portion, where Wendy Core used to deliver news in a video fashion, so you could see the story, see her, see the newsmakers, see the journalists. That was suspended for a little bit as the transition was made to Mac Watson, who's going to be on the show here soon this morning. And it's going to be resurrected. We told you it was coming back. It is. Monday, January 6th, video news returns to Cowboy State Daily. That's good news. Across the Cowboy State, we got flags at half-staff today and through the end of January 5th. That's in honor of Judy Catchpole. Her death on December... When did she die? It was back before Christmas. We were talking about it. But Governor Gordon has ordered all flags flying, all state, United States and Wyoming flags, half-staff, through dusk January 5th for former Superintendent of Public Instruction Judy Catchpole. Other stories from Cowboy State Daily. I see Greg Johnson has been listening to the show. I can only assume. Greg took note of the guest we had on just yesterday, Doug Kelly, CEO of the American Edge Project. If you were listening to the show, you know. If you missed it, well, get yourself updated with Greg Johnson's story. Should people be afraid of artificial intelligence and its potential to take our job and take over our daily life? I mean, that's the fear, but we have to get over that because there's a race to be run. And Doug Kelly is not the only one who's saying that the United States is very much in a real arms race, only not arms, AI race. He said it's similar to the moonshot back when NASA and the United States of America was eager to get to the moon first. It was us against the Russians, right? I think that was well before China had the capability of getting to the moon. It was going to be us or Russia and the race to the moon. And there's obviously some intrinsic value. There's obviously some, can't put your finger on the exact value of being first to the moon. Just the money and effort poured into getting to the moon first had tremendous benefits for NASA, for science, for innovation, technology, all the things that came, all the side benefits, the side quests that came out of the quest to get to the moon first. That was huge. I mean, look, we got Tang out of that. If it weren't for our race to the moon, we would have never invented Tang or I don't know what else. But yeah, it was hugely important. Similar to today, we want to be first in the AI world. And it pits us against China, basically. Doug did not mention any other country that was on the forefront or in the lead, so to speak, with artificial intelligence and any kind of developments that may happen in that sector. It's kind of the U.S. The U.S. invented AI. China seeking to steal it and become a global AI leader. What would that mean? Doug Kelly said, what's at stake? It's a high-stakes game. National security, economic competitiveness, and an advantage there. If China were to be first in discoveries, first in advancement in AI, likely those secrets would remain secret because that's how China rolls. They're not the most transparent nation in the world. If China so-called owns AI, it'll be a different kind of world than if the United States is the place where AI lives and we own it. I got to agree with Doug, even though I can't even get my arms around what that would look like. I mean, what does it mean to win the AI race? But Doug Kelly did say, look, at the end of the day, which country's values are going to be underpinning the global technological infrastructure? Do we want China's values attached to AI, which are built on censorship, control, surveillance? We've all seen that. Or do we want America's stamp all over AI, which means freedom, opportunity, transparency, choice? If we don't win this race, we're going to lose those advantages. Doug Kelly, who was on the show yesterday, Greg Johnson sort of writing a follow-up and what it means to be in the race to be first in artificial intelligence and all the kind of developments that happen in that techie world that we're headed in full speed ahead. And Wyoming, by the way, is out in the lead really for tech kind of stuff. I read some data. Doug and I talked about data about how Wyoming was, I think, second fastest growing in the tech job creation, right after, I want to say it was Tennessee. Texas was in the top 3, but Wyoming had like 36% job growth in the tech industry, which was second fastest growing. And primarily because Wyoming has very much embraced all things tech, whether it's cryptocurrency or blockchain stuff. I mean, Wyoming's all about it and getting out ahead of it. And AI could benefit so many things in the medical field and certainly even just for small businesses. Doug Kelly said, you have 77,000 small business owners in your state. Doug told me yesterday, and Greg Johnson has that in the story. He said they employ 65% of the state, and small businesses stand to benefit more than anybody from AI. And I can just think of one application where a small business could benefit from having artificial intelligence create, let's say, a newspaper ad. Let's say Cowboy State Daily came calling and said, hey, do you want to take an ad out on our website? And sure, says the small business, but I don't have a marketing department. I don't have anybody who can come up with could even do my ad. I don't have an art person, I don't have anything. It's just me and my wife. And once in a while we can get the kid to box some product. We can't even do that. Well, you can sick AI on the job. You can say, hey, make me an ad that encompasses everything we do here at XYZ company. And it's amazing how good that artificial intelligence can whip you up an ad. That's just one aspect of AI that I think is fascinating as we head into a brave new future. Great story from Greg Johnson. Check it out. It's in the Cowboy State Daily, including a great video of me talking to Doug. Boy, you don't want to miss that, huh? The headline of that story, Wyoming officials say world depends on America winning AI race with China. Yes. Well, that'll do it for the first hour. More coming up on this New Year's Day edition of the Cowboy State Daily Show. We got to take a top of the hour news break for our radio affiliates. Catch you on the other side, and thanks for spending your Thursday morning with us.
Happy New Year. I'm Mac Watson, and 2025 was an amazing year for Cowboy State Daily. So today we'll talk to our reporters about the most read stories on Cowboy State Daily from the year that was. Our first story involves President Donald Trump pardoning Troy Lake of Cheyenne back in November. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reported that the 65-year-old Wyoming diesel mechanic spent 7 months in federal prison for tweaking and removing emission systems on ailing engines.
This one was edgy because if it's not your newspaper, it's always a little bit dodgy to be out there featuring convicted felons. And I ultimately decided, we're going to feature a convicted felon and write about his bid for a pardon. It generated such a firestorm of coverage nationally that ultimately he was pardoned.
The Wyoming diesel mechanic spent 7 months in federal prison for tweaking and removing emission systems. He was originally sentenced to 1 year and 1 day in prison, but was released early to home confinement with an ankle monitor back in September. A tourist in Grand Teton National Park found himself between a grizzly and its mate, so he took the only escape available. He dove headfirst through an open window of his car. Somebody took a picture, and yes, it went viral. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reported that a tour guide got that shot of the man's moment of escape.
The guy was actually caught completely unawares. People alerted this guy that a grizzly approached him, and then he did the most sensible thing possible, looked for the nearest safe spot where he could be safe, and that was inside a vehicle, but the only way to get inside that vehicle was through the open window, so that's what he did. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and it made for one heck of a funny photo.
By the way, if you're going to visit Grand Teton or Yellowstone National Park in 2026, the National Park Service asks you to keep at least 100 yards between you and any bear. I'll be back with more of the most read stories of 2025 from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
988 is for Mike, who's struggling to move on. For Lydia, who's overwhelmed by the pressure of doing it all. For Eric, who feels sad and lonely this time of year. For Helen, who's so anxious she can't sleep. 988 is for them, for you, for Wyoming.
To get free support for a mental health or substance use crisis, call or text 988. Available anytime, day or night.
The most read stories of 2025 from Cowboy State Daily continues now. Dale Vesith ran cattle on the same Montana ranch that his father and his grandfather did before him. But now he's donated the 38,000-acre, $21 million ranch to the Ranchers Stewardship Alliance. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reported the reason why he and his wife donated their ranch. It was to ensure that it stayed a working cattle operation rather than being sold off or converted to other uses.
The story about that place really struck a nerve with readers, I think, because it really highlighted the need to take drastic action to keep working ranches going. In a world where real estate or hunting properties, ranchers are lured away from keeping the ranch alive by selling out to some kind of real estate venture or resort venture that's happening. And in this part of Montana, what's also happening is that the conservation group American Prairie Reserve is buying up ranches and creating a really impressive bison range, but that's really controversial in that part of Montana. And so the Visas found a different route. They created their own foundation to preserve a way of life and to preserve a special place.
As ranch communities in Wyoming know full well, it's harder than ever for younger generations of ranch families and anyone else interested in running sheep and cattle to break into the business. 12 hours after his wife shot her 4 children and herself, Cliff Harshman sat in a hospital waiting room. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland interviewed Cliff, who said that he had lost his best friend, his kids, everything.
I had reported that this mother was involved in this tragic murder-suicide incident. I had reported that the girls had died, that one was hospitalized. And so I was on top of the hard news part of it, but then I called Cliff Harshman, the dad, the husband, and he was devastated. He was very raw with me. He said that his wife had essentially been through hell, mental health-wise, and he wanted to let people know what had happened.
Coworkers organized a GoFundMe account to help Cliff deal with funeral and other expenses and allowed him to focus on the grieving process. And that's the most read stories of 2025. Remember, you can get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. Happy New Year. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
During high school, I hung with the wrong crowd and I never graduated.
I helped Santiago in many different ways, like all fathers do, because he always wanted to go to college.
I felt a little embarrassed to come back to school, but eventually, once I came here, I knew that it's for a bigger goal.
He was very dedicated, hardworking. He connected with his teachers. He connected with other students. That was one of the key reasons why he was able to keep forging ahead.
It was amazing to see him graduate. This was one thing that meant so much to him, and of course, it meant so much to us too.
With the help of my father and having my son, that was all the motivation that I needed. That support is everything.
Find free adult education classes near you at finishyourdiploma.org.
Hey, Cowboy State Daily Show. You know, I should try to keep it on the low here for New Year's Day morning. Maybe this music is a little much. Kill the music! And I should probably try for... There. Shh. Sorry. Many of you might be struggling with a little bit of a hangover. Hopefully you're not even awake yet. Well, I don't hope that, because we got to keep our analytics up, keep our advertisers happy. So I hope you are listening with one eye open and one ear open. And I'll try to keep it hush. Stories resonating in the Cowboy State Daily today. This one it's got to be Mark Hines, right? When you talk about shooting prairie dogs, chiselers. Yeah, it's Mark Hines. Stories getting a lot of interest on Facebook. 768 impressions, which means many people gave it the old thumbs up. Maybe a thumbs down, maybe a crying, maybe a laughing. 487 comments. Many people felt compelled to comment, which is not unusual, but I'm like comparing the normal. Usually when people are impressed by a story, and I don't mean impressed like, wow, what a great story. I mean like impressions as we count them in social media means you were moved enough by at least the headline and the notion of the story to leave feedback in the way of an emoji or, just one click. I liked it. I didn't like it. It made me laugh, made me cry, whatever. And to have those are pretty easy to do. You and I do that. We just click, Group says prairie dog massacres litter the plains with lead-riddled carcasses. Ooh, click. But many of us took time to actually comment. 487 comments. That's a lot. 33 shares. And the comments, as you can imagine, ran on both sides of the issue. Whenever a story comes out and there are two cut and dried sides to it, you can expect it gets comments like this. So, this requires you basically from the get-go to be either pro chiseler shooting or anti-chiseler shooting. I'm going to call them chiselers. It's not just prairie dogs. This story takes place in Colorado. It's also not just Colorado. It's kind of a Western tradition. Some people think that's why the 22 lever action rifle was ever invented, is to shoot chiselers. And I know chiselers are not a big, they're not on the Christmas card list for many ranchers. They eat crops, they eat grass, they create holes, as soon as, I don't know too many, maybe a prairie dog can make a hole big enough for your horse to step in it and break its leg. I think that gets blown out of proportion how much of a problem that is. Prairie dogs make holes that can injure stock. That's a little bit of a stretch. Yes, it does happen. Prairie dogs can make a hole big enough for your dumb cow to put his hoof in it. But it requires the stock to be basically moving faster than a walk, your horse or your cow. It's got to be running. And it's got to be like just perfect Murphy's Law, what else could go wrong? Kind of, wow, he stepped right in that hole. And usually these are badger holes, is what's big enough to get a horse foot in. But yeah, all right, I'll say the argument a prairie dog could make a big enough hole that leads to its colony where it lives, its apartment complex, to create a problem where ranchers would say, hey, have at it, shoot all the prairie dogs you can. I'm all for it. I hate them. They kill my cows. Okay. That is one end of it. Like, these are pests. These are critters you don't want around. They do more bad than good. The other side of it is the prairie dog or the chiseler or the Richardson ground squirrel or whatever it is we're talking about, the chipmunk. In this case particularly, we're talking about Colorado and the prairie dog, which is significantly bigger than your average chipmunk or your average Richardson ground squirrel. It's bigger. We're talking about a Colorado group that is saying, and the group is called Grasslands Colorado. They're saying that those who take place in what they title massacres for sport, the shooting of prairie dogs across the plains and then leaving them out there to rot full of lead-riddled carcasses has the potential to poison other wildlife. And we've seen mandates passed where in certain hunt areas you have to use non-lead bullets, because we've seen eagles and other birds of prey that come and eat what's left of whatever you shot. They eat the lead, and they eat lead trace bullets, and they can be poisoned by the lead and eventually die. So that's a reality according to the science. Now, should in the aftermath of your prairie dog massacre, should you have to go out and pick up all the prairie dogs you blasted away because they have lead in them? For one thing, it'd be really hard to find any evidence of your bullet after shooting. When you shoot chiselers, the end result is not much you can find. I mean, they turn into just sort of a pink mist. So good luck finding your bullet. But it seems to be a little far. Grasslands, Colorado, proposing that any groups that do this, any so-called shooters that do this, that target prairie dog colonies and go on a massacre shooting spree, should have to pick up their lead. Not just their casings. Go find their bullets in the dead prairie dog. Wow. That, I don't know how realistic that is. But let's get back to the issue of whether you are pro or anti shooting varmints like a prairie dog or smaller. Prairie dog, any kind of rodent, small game animal, let's say. Colorado Parks and Wildlife classifies prairie dogs as small game animals. Similarly, I think Wyoming, Game and Fish, prairie dogs, chipmunks, chiselers, Richardson ground squirrels, all that stuff that your dog chases and never catches. They squeak and then they run away and go in the hole. Yeah, there are people who love to shoot them. And I mean, there are also some hunters that like love to shoot them maybe too much. Can you possibly love shooting prairie dogs too much? Maybe. Western Watersheds Project Executive Director Eric Mulvar talked to Mark Hines. Eric is a hunter. He's an avid big game hunter. He gets it. He hunts. He has firearms. But to the point where you're dressing up in camo and painting your face and going out there to blast away as many prairie dogs as you can, Eric says from a hunting perspective, it's pretty hard to defend prairie dog shooting as hunting. It verges on psychopath behavior, and it's pretty hard to justify this in the 21st century. And especially at a time when the public image of hunting is already suffering. Is this a black eye to hunters? People who shoot chiselers with, yeah, I don't know. I can see both sides of it. I think it is kind of creepy when a grown man will spend hours with a silencer on the end of his weapon, laying down in the grass and just plucking away at chiselers all day. Like, I don't know, man. That's just killing for killing's sake. And it might be fun target practicing wise, but yes, I do see a little bit of psychopath in there. But then I also realize where there's no shortage of chiselers, prairie dogs, and all that for the most part. And I do recognize they're not exactly a big, ranchers are not exactly big fans of these critters any more than the coyote. So, yeah, I know it's fun. I know it's a Western thing, but yes, it is kind of weird, especially when people take it to an extreme. You know, if you want to sight in a brand new 22 and pluck off a few chiselers off your ranch property, yeah, you're probably normal. If you pay another so-called hunting guide, and this is a real thing, if you pay an outfitter to put you on some target-rich prairie dog plains, like, oh, I know where all the, it's one thing to just say, this looks like an area, park the pickup, grab your 22 and pluck a few, or to book a 3-hour hunt with a prairie dog outfitter who can get you on to that trophy prairie dog, that trophy gopher. That might be borderline like, I would want a psych check done maybe on this guy. I need a psych evaluation done. So that's probably why this story is generating a lot of interest. 487 comments ranging from, you're never going to find the bullet in this kind of situation, to why are you, indiscriminately massacring prairie dogs, to, oh, don't you know that they're a pest and we need to get rid of them? I mean, it runs the gamut. That story is doing really well on the Cowboy State Daily. Check it out. Mark Hines wrote it. A group in Colorado says prairie dog massacre should mean you've got to go pick up your lead-riddled carcasses and remove them from the landscape before some kind of animal comes along and eats it and gets poisoned. Let's take a break. Don Day will be here with a day weather forecast momentarily.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. Winter is here. Wind chills below zero, ice and snow. Oh, and the drifts. Oh, you know what it's like. But guess what? Cowboy State Daily has you covered with the most accurate and reliable forecast with meteorologist Don Day. So you know what to expect. You know the saying, if you don't like the weather in Wyoming, just wait 5 minutes. It will change. But you don't have to keep checking the skies or an app on your phone to see if it's going to rain or snow. So make sure you're getting your forecast from Cowboy State Daily's Don Day. Every day.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't remember how it started. Our back and forth. Victory. Fumble. Repeat. It always came back.
Dad! Okay, here we go, throw it! Yeah.
You probably don't remember what you told me,
That was perfect.
but I heard every word.
Nice.
Jason, let's go see your room.
What do you think? We kept it a little spare, so you can decorate it how you like.
Dinner!
Go. Excellent. Soccer is fun. Yeah, I saw you guys out there. We're the family.
Yeah!
Oh, I thought you were on my team.
Continuing my efforts to make it a quiet New Year's Day morning. Some of us have a headache. Some of us are not awake yet, and I'd hate to be the one that accidentally wakes you. I think Don Day may not be awake yet. I'd never asked Don yesterday if he was going to come on today. I just assumed he would because weather guys never take a day off, right? There's always weather. But maybe Don will not be here. So I might just go to Mac. Get Mac Watson rolling. And as soon as I do, Don will get here. You watch. But Don is now 4 minutes overdue. Can we call it? Last call for Don. We'll do it like an auction. Day weather forecast. Last call. Don. Bueller. Yeah, I think maybe he's going to take a day. And so there is no weather today. Maybe Mac can do the weather. There's Mac Watson. He doesn't take a day off.
No, I don't. So if you look on the radar, you'll see the cold front is moving down over my shoulder, and it's moving through some part of the world. I don't know where this is. But then if you look over here, no, I can't do the weather.
That's perfect. I mean, Don doesn't do much more than that, and that's like any.
No. Don reads radar maps. He goes over stuff. I have no idea. But all I know, the old David Brenner bit. If I go outside and my hair moves, I know it's windy. If I stick my head out the window and it's wet, I know it's raining.
Yeah.
That's my weather forecast.
The weather rock forecasting. What did it already do?
There you go.
Well, that was pretty good. Yeah, Don's on another level, but I'm thinking of the local news affiliate, the Bimbo that does the weather. She's got your green screen, by the way, is not functioning. And you would just sort of point out this front.
Right. So I don't know if it's a mistake, but I mentioned something that got me in a lot of trouble a number of years ago. I said, because there were, and I'm not going to name names, there was a meteorologist in Arizona who was just horrible. If they said it was going to be 80 degrees, it was 50. If it was going to be sunny and 90, it was cloudy and 40 or whatever. They were just awful. So I said, you know what? They ought to have some kind of code or some kind of understanding that if you really screw up a forecast, you lose a digit, cut a finger off.
Yeah.
And so when they put their hand up, if you see a stump, can't trust them. They're no good.
Yeah.
Well, that got a lot of attention. I'll just say that right now. That got a lot of attention. I didn't have to apologize on the air, thank goodness, but that got a lot of attention from listeners.
That sounds like Mongolia in the 1700s. You know who is the community thief when he has no fingers left,
Exactly.
or you tell lies and your tongue's cut out. Mac, you're going medieval on weather.
I know.
Wow.
I'm not saying it's my best moment. I'm just saying it was a moment.
Well, food for thought. Sometimes, the thing with weather is, and Don says this too, you'll often forget the mistakes. Like, who remembers? I don't even remember the pundits that tell me in the beginning of the football season who's going to win the Super Bowl. Like,
true.
Later we never hold them to account because we don't remember. What was the weather forecast yesterday? How off was it? I don't remember. I'm working on it.
Well, I will say, though, if it dumps a bunch of snow and the forecast did not call for it, you do remember, because what a PIA that is.
Yeah.
What an inconvenience that is if you've got to sit there and shovel when you're like, he said 2 inches. It's now 2 feet, or whatever.
That's when you call Don Day. You say, I'm shoveling 2 feet of your partly sunny right now.
Right. They're the only two industries or occupations. Meteorology, you can get 3 out of 10 right, and baseball.
Yeah,
if you can hit the baseball 3 out of 10 times, you could be a Hall of Famer. If you miss 70% of the time, you can still be a Hall of Famer.
So Don Day's like the Rod Carew of meteorologists. He's
I don't know if he's fast. I don't know if he's a base stealer, but
Carew was a punch and Judy. He got a lot of base hits. It was like
Ichiro. Yeah, the Ichiro.
I'm gonna get his lifetime batting average. It had to be 320.
Exactly. So, yeah, I mean, I have nothing against Don Day. I think he's fabulous. But that's always that running joke of, name a profession where you can really screw up and not get fired. Oh, be a weather guy. Be a weather guy on the television news.
Yeah. Rod Carew, lifetime batting average. Oh, Tony.
320?
Tony Gwynn he's the guy I should have said.
Yeah, he was always getting on base. And Ichiro could just bloop one right into the left field and always get on base.
Yeah. Rod Carew led in 1977, batted 388. Holy cow.
For the season?
For the season, 388.
Wow.
It was the highest since Ted Williams, 388.
Yeah, and he was over 400, right?
Yeah. So yeah, he would just get base hits. He was a base hit machine.
Right. That's why he was always the leadoff. He was always the leadoff hitter.
328 career average.
Wow, good for him.
Yeah. So he was a really good weather forecaster, sort of, by the Mac Watson comparison. Did you see Miami beat Ohio State yesterday?
You know, how do I put this gently? We know, you and I are of a certain age. We remember the U. Remember? Yeah, we remember the golden days of the U. I think the golden days, I'm not saying the criminal days. The golden days of the U, I think, are coming back. Do not sleep on the University of Miami. They looked, and I don't know if their quarterback's going to stay. I would assume he's got another year of eligibility. I would assume. Cam, I can't remember his last name. But don't sleep on them. And Ohio State got caught. They got caught with their pants down. I don't think they took them seriously. I don't think they looked at what the offense was for Miami. And I'm not saying they didn't have a plan, because they did have a plan, but I think they underestimated their opponent, and I think they were a little cocky because, Ohio State has been such a juggernaut the past number of years. But you still got to play the game, and you still got to win the game. And we talk about it all the time. You and me talk about it all the time. You cannot play to the level of your opponent, because if you get caught, then you're going to lose. You have got to dominate in every respect of the football game, and they did not. So that was surprising.
Yeah.
But again, people always kind of say, a buddy of mine and I always get into this argument. Oh, the ACC, they don't have any good football. It's always about Big 12, Big 10, or whatever, or SEC, Big 10, and then maybe the Big 12. And I'm like, but Virginia Tech was good for a while. I remember the University of Miami was really, really good. They were really dominant. Maryland, Virginia, they haven't really been dominant in football, but basketball, they're great. Same with North Carolina and Duke. But every once in a while, you've got to watch out for the U. They're just scrappy. They just know how to win. So I thought it was a good game. If you're an Ohio State fan, it wasn't a good game, but I thought it was a good game.
Yeah, and their defense really did it for me. I mean, they harassed Ohio State. Carson Beck is that quarterback, and
that's Carson Beck. Yeah,
he's a senior, so he's out. I didn't realize this. He spent 2 years with Georgia when they won their championships, and he was QB2. He had to sit around and wait, and he got tired of waiting. He's like, I'm getting in that portal thing.
Yeah, that transfer portal.
Mm-hmm.
What people don't realize, I don't know whether you've talked about this with anybody. The transfer portal is, to me, in my estimation, one of the most powerful yet misunderstood aspects of sports now. You go into the transfer portal, there is no guarantee you're going to be picked up by anybody. So when kids decide to move, okay, I'm going to take my talents to South Beach or whatever LeBron James said many years ago, there is no guarantee that you're going to wind up at a power school. There's no guarantee you're going to wind up in the same conference. You could go, and no disrespect, you could go from Alabama to like Marshall. There's no guarantee you're going to stay in the SEC or any other powerhouse school. So it is I think it's one of the most misunderstood aspects now of college sports that just the regular fan. You go into that portal, it's literally like you could disappear into a black hole. You may not wind up at a school and ever play at the division or the level you did. So it's a big risk.
It's like getting on the transporter pad in the Star Trek when Scott is not working the controls, when one of his underlings is doing it, and you're like,
yeah,
and they're like, they never showed up on Uranus 2. Oh crap!
Yeah, right.
I don't know where they were. No, I didn't know that, Mac. Seriously,
yeah.
I thought there was a landing place known, if not a dollar amount. Like, oh yeah, Georgia says they'll give you $1.5 million if you get in the portal. Like, I thought you could call your shot.
See, I heard that too, but a guy that I talked to said, sure, you're not supposed to be recruited.
Yeah.
You're not supposed to be, Georgia's not going to call you up and go, hey, why don't you transfer next year from Alabama?
That would be
You can't do
tampering or
that.
something, right?
Yeah, right. You can't do that. Now, of course, are there ways around that? Send smoke signals or, semaphore, you can send signals and all that kind of stuff. But you're not supposed to say, hey, if you go in the transfer portal, we will take you and we will give you how much money, blah, blah, blah. So
your agent probably says, look, I'm pretty sure if you get in the portal, you got this dollar amount at this school. So I would advise you do it.
Right. But what this guy said is, there's a lot of moving parts.
Yeah.
And like one year there was a glut of kids. So then they were like, oh, there's a better looking girl at the dance.
Yeah.
Let's go after her.
Yeah.
And you're sitting there going, hey, what about me?
So there are
not a guarantee.
Yeah, there are no promises. There are no contracts. And such school that loves you so much for this dollar amount could somehow say, oh, you know what? We never thought we would get that guy. So sorry.
Right.
It is not like being Wild West. It's crazy.
Right, exactly.
So
there are only so many spots to fill. There's only so many positions to play. It's not like, and again, I don't mean anything against accountants, but it's not like you can just go down the street and get a new accountant.
Yeah.
If you need a tight end and another guy shows up in that portal that you didn't expect and he may be better, oh, well, sorry.
It's just, to me, it's just another reason to not like it. It's just, that's crazy. Well, if you're Caden Anderson and you're the quarterback at University of Wyoming, you're probably getting in not thinking you have any landing place, but just saying, I don't like it here so much.
Right.
Anywhere else is better. Like,
Exactly. And that's kind of sort of why it was created, because for years, and you remember this, for years, you could not go anywhere. Oh, your coach could. Your coach could stay 2 years and then get a better gig or get more money and just leave. As a student athlete, you were not allowed to leave unless you went through a whole bunch of rigmarole, and then you might lose eligibility and all this. So it became this tool for student athletes to have some kind of power and some kind of say, in their career, which I get. I think, it was like free agency in baseball how many years ago. I get to determine where I wind up. But again, I love this phrase, and I've used it a lot. The grass may look greener, but you still got to mow it. And there's no guarantee it's going to grow every spring. So just evaluate where you are right now. It may be the best thing for you. So, it'll be interesting to see how it all plays out next season after we get through the bowl period and who wins what and who's the national champion. But I got to tell you, if I'm at a Wyoming or a University of Nevada, Las Vegas, or one of the, and again, no disrespect, but not an Alabama, not a Texas A&M, Georgia, maybe it's not a bad thing to stay. Maybe I'm not going to get to UCLA or USC or Oregon or whatever. I don't know. You take a big chance.
I mean, I don't want to beat it to death, but in the case of Caden Anderson, if I'm his agent, I'm like, you know what? You haven't built a body of work that's that impressive. Your resume is not like jumping off the chart to me. So careful. And then thankfully, number 17, Josh Allen did so much good for the University of Wyoming, beginning with the fact that now at the university, you can say, hey, I realize we're Wyoming, we're not Alabama, and you're a quarterback. But guess what? Scouts do notice what goes on. They do watch us now.
Oh, yeah.
And they watched us when they drafted 17. So it's not like you're playing in the middle of nowhere. I know we don't have the TV contract, but you will get noticed here in Wyoming. Especially if we hire an OC that throws the ball 45 times a game, stick around.
Right.
You can keep a guy.
You can't. And I can hear the young quarterback say, well, I don't have a big resume because I can't do what I do best. Or I can throw the ball, but I don't have the receivers to, I can hear it in my head right now. Josh Allen is a once in a maybe lifetime QB for the Wyoming Cowboys. I mean, great story. I love him to death, but I don't know if we will ever see that type of athletic comet, that athletic meteor streak across the University of Wyoming sky ever again.
Yeah, he was going to shine no matter where he was. He would have been uncovered. That a gem like him would have shined. You would have noticed, even though he's not on the scouts route. You would have figured out 17 sooner or later.
Because he wanted to go to Fresno State, and Fresno State was like, nah, no thanks. If he'd wound up at Fresno State, he would have been good. You know what I mean? You're right. He would have wound up somewhere. Even if he wound up playing at junior college, he would have stood out and then went to the next level. Absolutely. Yeah. But that is they say once in a generation. It may be once in a lifetime talent too.
But it's interesting what you bring up about the portal. There's two aspects to it. There's one, I can make money in college, way more money than the no money I make here. So your incentive to leave is somebody's waving a check at you. And then the other one is the grass is green. You can always find a reason why you don't like where you're playing. My offensive line stinks. I hate my coach. I don't like the scheme we play here. Or I'm holding the clipboard. I'm not getting enough playing time. No reps. Whatever. You can always find a reason. Then you find out your neighbor's yard, which looks so green from that side of the fence, is pocked with dog poop. Oops, I never saw that from over there.
Right.
Yeah.
It's the same thing with your job. You may not like your job. Somebody comes to you and says, well, do you want to work here? And of course, they're only going to show you the positive side of, their business or whatever. There are always going to be things. And I try to tell this to my daughter who just entered the workforce. And it's a part-time job, but she's like, I don't understand why I have to. It's just part of the job, honey. There's stuff there's I love doing the news, but I hate coming on Jake's show. I mean, I have to do. Wait, I'm sorry. No, I didn't mean that. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. There are just things though that you're just going to have to do. And that's part of the job. But you have to evaluate, is it the best fit? Because I got caught twice not doing my homework, and I lasted maybe 7 months at one job and 4 months at the other. And I didn't want to leave, but it wasn't a good fit. It wasn't a good fit, and they realized it, and they let me go, and I was like, oh, I wish I had done my homework. So if these kids are going to go into the transfer portal, make sure they know the culture, the coach, are they more offensive-minded, defensive-minded, blah, blah, blah. Because what you don't want to do is, yay, I've got the T-shirt, but I don't wind up playing and I got to transfer again. You could see certain players, I don't know if this has happened. We'd have to look it up. But you could have 5 years of eligibility and play at 5 different schools with NIL now. You could.
That's what it's becoming. That's what's so frustrating is you hear the announcer. It takes them the entire time a team is huddling to mention the last guy that ran that play has been at Alabama, Georgia, University of Florida. And he's a sophomore. Like, what? How can you?
Right.
I know.
Now, the advantage to that is when they get to the NFL, Bo Nix, he had 5 years of eligibility, and he used every single one of those years to the point where he got the reps. How many times have we seen kids that come out of college, they're one and done, and they played, 6 games maybe?
Yeah.
And they were supposed to be drafted as one of these great quarterbacks, and they wash out. It's now the opposite, where if you can get in the transfer portal and play at a couple of schools and last 4 to 5 years, you come out of school like Bo Nix, you've got the poise and you've got the experience that then you can do well. But for the college experience, you're right. That announcer's like, you played here, 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 and here, kind of thing.
Yeah. Speaking of the transfer portal and these jobs, both Mac and I are now leaving the Cowboy State Daily.
Yeah. We are entering the transfer portal.
We've hit the transfer portal. We're done. Yeah. I turned off our video. It just went black. No, okay. I think Jackie Dorothy's coming on, but I'm not sure. So we'll take a break. If she doesn't show up, I want to stay with you. If she does, I'm going to bounce you into the portal. But first, tell me what happened New Year's. What'd you do last night?
Oh,
not much.
Well, my 9-year-old wanted to stay up, and he made it. He made it to midnight. And what's that song? Is that all there is?
He's like, what?
Is that all there is? Where are the fireworks? Where's the celebration? Dude, we're not in New York City. We're not on the mall in DC. There's no fireworks or ball dropping here. I'm sorry. So he was like, oh, well, at least I got to watch some TV. And then he went to bed. So that was it.
Right. Underwhelmed by the whole. Yeah, the digital clock went 12-1-2-0-0. And you're like, big deal.
Okay, where's all the explosions and stuff? Nope, not here, dude. Sorry.
Well, he learned an excellent life. The next time he cries about staying up late because it's so fun to be like, is it really? Remember?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, okay.
But now I've got to deal with the next day hangover of him going to bed late.
Yeah.
Yeah, because that's a real thing. That's a real thing. Kids need a schedule. They need to sleep so many hours at this certain times of the night. He stayed up till midnight. So we got to deal with that.
It's right up there with hangry. You do not want a kid who's cranky because he's tired. Oh, they become creatures of, you don't even recognize them.
Right.
I hear you. Okay, I'm gonna do a quick commercial break. We'll see if Jackie comes back. Hang on in the green room. Enjoy complimentary M&Ms. We'll be right back.
News happens at any time, any place. That's why at Cowboy State Daily, we're dedicated to the stories that matter, with reporters stretching from your hometown across Wyoming and beyond. It doesn't matter if it's happening in Yellowstone, the capital in Cheyenne, or the most remote slice of Wyoming. With over 150 years of combined journalism excellence, if it affects Wyoming, it affects you, and we've got it covered. Upstream from the herd, we're Cowboy State Daily.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
You know you don't have to wear your PT gear anymore, right?
It's comfortable.
So how's civilian life treating you?
It's fine.
When I got out, I didn't want to admit that there was anything wrong because I felt like a failure. And then I realized, there's nothing to be ashamed of. So I started talking to someone. Maybe you are fine, but if you're not, it's okay.
Thank you.
If you or a veteran you know needs support, don't wait. Reach out. Find resources at va.gov/reach.
Logan Wilson here at the M Building in Casper, Wyoming. They do more than just support businesses and private events. They support nonprofits by offering reduced rates to help the community thrive. The staff here at the M Building have been incredible in helping me organize a fantastic event. They are great partners for those who want to make a positive impact on the community. Come check out the M for your next event.
Hate is loud. It gets clicks. It gets attention. Hate, however, is actually quite small. But love is the majority. Filling up something far more important than any feed. Love fills our hearts, our lives, our every day with understanding, empathy, and compassion, leaving hate to become what it truly is, a whisper.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake, and I've got a three-way Zoom going just to see if I could, and it kind of works. Yeah, I just every once in a while I have to exercise the three-way Zoom room because we rarely use it, so I blow the dust off it today. There's Jackie Dorothy, that's Mac Watson. And we're all here, and we're going to talk about Jackie's story about Sheridan's Dry Gulch gang. They get paid to rob you.
Yep. What a gig. They pay to rob you. I mean, who does that, right?
Yeah, and this is not the 1860s.
Well, hi, Mac.
Hey, Jackie. Jackie is one of my favorite
Happy New
reporters,
Year,
Jake, 'cause she has
everybody.
such great stories. Thank you.
Jackie's fun. Yeah, all the history stories. Jackie, what'd you do for New Year's? Max stayed up with a 9-year-old. They made it to midnight, really?
Yeah.
And I didn't.
I'm
Jackie,
impressed.
did you get there midnight? No.
Yes, I might have taken a nap during that sometime, but we made it.
Excellent.
And then I had Christmas presents that arrived late, so I gave Christmas presents away as part of my New Year's gift. So there you go. We celebrated a late Christmas as well, and had eggnog, homemade eggnog.
Very nice.
That's the way to celebrate.
Wow. Jen Coker and
I had a 14-year-old. He's the one that stayed away and kept us going.
Impressive. Jen Coker and I did make it past 8:15. That's as far as we got. I saw them ring in the new year in London and said, "We're good." And that was like 5 o'clock. Yeah. All right.
Oh, I could see that.
So, Jackie, you want to dig into your story? Mac, what do you want to do?
Sure.
Yeah?
Well, I want Jackie to explain.
You read the story, Mac, correct?
Yeah. I want Jackie to explain how it came about.
The Dry Gulchers. So this is 1960s. It's the Silver Jubilee for Sheridan. 75 years of being a town. They're going to celebrate in style. These businessmen came to the Chamber of Commerce and said, hey, we have an idea. Let's dress up and return to the Wild West. And the chamber said, oh, great idea. You're on your own. We can't afford that. So they did. Beginning, I believe it was in 1962, 63, they started just doing this bit where they were going around shooting up the skies and riding their horses all around. They were, at the beginning, they were arresting each other, which was really cool. And because they really went way out and actually rigged up a hanging tree this way that they could make it look like they were putting a noose around their neck and hanging the outlaws. But it was a harness that they had on them. So it was very realistic and it was just a lot of fun. Well, a few years into it, they thought, you know what? Let's up the ante. Let's start kidnapping tourists. And so then what they did is they literally went out. I mean, can you imagine doing this today?
No.
Exactly. So what they ended up doing is that the chamber said, oh, great idea. And once again, we can't afford to do it. So you're on your own. And this is where they started dipping into their own pockets, and they actually paid for this. So I think it was what I liked about this story is it was within the next day, they were all in their car and they were waiting for the first outer stater they could find. They saw somebody at the gas station and just swooped in and did their deal. They kidnapped them. They took them down a 4x4 trail. I mean, it was just crazy. And then the outlaws swooped in and kidnapped them again. And then the good guys came in. They had all these shootouts. They just took them all over Sheridan. And this couple loved it. They were on their way vacationing and just stopping in Sheridan just to fill up. And they ended up spending the night, getting a free meal at one of the best steakhouses. And they left just talking about this great experience. And so they continued this all throughout the 1960s. And in fact, they said that somebody showed up 20 years later and said, hey, are you still doing this? I was kidnapped once and we came back to Sheridan because you guys kidnapped us. So it really worked as this good tourist promotion. And so that's what the Dry Gulchers did.
There's got to be some random Wikipedia entry. I was the first person arrested by the Sheridan Welcoming Committee in 1963 or whatever it was. Yeah, the Jackie Dorothy's story on history when the Sheridan tourism was well armed and was in the hanging mood. I guess you could never do that stuff today.
Oh,
hanging
God, no.
reenactment. No. Oh, jeez.
No, I mean, it was realistic. I mean, they were well known for their parades because the kids all dressed up as well. They had prairie dresses and there was the bells and the wives did their part. But the part that got the attention of the newspapers, and I did find the newspaper article of the first couple they kidnapped, and then down the line, you'd find these articles. Oh, they went and kidnapped this one. Oh, they had kids, so we didn't do the shooting, but we still kidnapped them. It was just great. And it's so remembered in Sheridan, and it all came about because somebody posted, what is this? It was a bolo tie, and it said dry gulchers on it. And all of a sudden, all these memories started pouring out, and people were just sharing their stories. And I met some great people through this process. My favorite is I got to finally meet the guy that's in charge of the Bighorn Historical Society. So I'm excited because I'm sensing more stories coming this way from Sheridan in the Bighorn area.
Yeah.
It's going to be fun.
What will be the reenactment of nowadays? Like, this is 1963, and they were bringing back the Wild West of 1888, the Diamond Jubilee, these dry gulchers. What would be, what would they do of today in another 80 years? How will they bring back today? What would that look like? I have no idea.
I know people are so, can I dare say, I don't know, sensitive about this stuff. They don't want to be kidnapped. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, no, but it would be the opposite. It'd be the exact opposite of what we're doing. It would be the opposite of the dry gulchers. Everybody would never say anything offensive. Everybody would never do anything to get you in trouble. Everybody would be on their best behavior. And then we would all they'd pick up and show you a cell phone and go, here, occupy your time and just do something called doom scrolling. That's the way they would reenact what happens today.
And get some brain rot. That's what the kids call it today. Yeah, it would be so boring, so vanilla.
You're right.
Yeah.
You're right. If you're reenacting what happens today, that is exactly what, I mean, we would be all going around like AI, and talking about the modern technology. I mean, we don't even have arcades anymore.
Oh, yeah.
We have a foosball table that gathers dust, and that makes me sad.
We got to bring back
but we do have skiing.
Yeah.
There's a study, I don't know whether you guys saw this or not. There's a study that there is actually now people who have a fear of the outdoors. Not a fear of open spaces, that's agoraphobia.
Yeah.
But a fear of like the woods and the wild.
Yeah.
And it's documented now. And I'm like, that is pathetically sad.
There's no concrete, steel, glass, cars. I'm scared. Yeah.
Right. Exactly.
That's weird.
Oh. Yeah. Well, I do get nervous in big cities driving.
Well,
I understand
wide
that.
open.
Yeah. This is the
That's
exact
my fear.
opposite.
Fear of big cities. What would be the fear of big cities? What is that called?
It's probably something. It's probably common sense. No, there's probably like a clinical diagnosis.
Yeah, metropolisophobia. Something like that.
Yeah.
So they would have been terrified. I had the best experience happen. So I go up to Antelope Butte. That's where this picture's from. And I'm one of the last ones on the ski lift. And this is, I believe, Saturday. Or no, this was Monday. So we're last one on the ski lift coming down, and everybody else goes to these other trails. I have this one called Sue's Moose all to myself. There's not a single person there. And it's like you're skiing down, and it's just beautiful, peaceful, no one. Imagine how terrified your people would have been about that.
Oh, yeah.
But that's what Wyoming is about.
It would full-on anxiety attack, total panic attack. So you're skiing
there. People, is there a squirrel around?
Yeah, right.
You got enough snow to ski there, huh? That's good.
This is amazing. Antelope Butte has more snow this year than they have in the past 3 years.
Oh, wow.
It's, you're driving up Shell Canyon, everything's brown, and then all of a sudden you start to see this little screen of snow, and it's dusted, and it's like, okay, maybe there's snow up there. Sure enough, all the trails are open. I mean, look at it. It was great skiing. And we got to ski in Powder on Saturday, and then, we're going back up Saturday again, and I'm fingers crossed they get more snow, but it's definitely enough to have fun in.
Yeah, I like Dante's.
The rest of Wyoming's dry.
Don's
brown.
forecast for December has been great, man. It's like upper 40s, nice, and then all the snow's up in the mountains where we can go play with it, and we don't have to deal with it on our car windshield. Good forecasting from Don.
That's what I love about it.
Mac Watson's playing
so I
the role.
obviously don't have that.
All right, thanks, y'all. Have a great New Year's Day. Happy 26th.
All right, great hanging out with both of you.
That's Mac Watson, and that's Jackie Dorothy of the Cowboy State Daily Show as we roll through a morning after. What did you do for New Year's Eve? Were you out too late? If so, you may not even hear us yet. We'll try to keep it down in case you got a little bit of a headache, but I still can't rave enough about the London fireworks. That London New Year's Eve celebration with a fireworks show, it was like next level. We got more on this show. We're just halfway through. Stay with us. It's time for top of the hour news for our radio affiliates. We'll catch you on the other side 6 minutes from now.
Happy New Year. I'm Mac Watson. 2025 was an amazing year for Cowboy State Daily. So today, we'll talk to our reporters about the most read stories on Cowboy State Daily for the year that was. Dale Veseth ran a cattle operation, the same Montana ranch that his father and his grandfather did before him. But now he's donated the 38,000-acre, $21 million ranch to the Ranchers Stewardship Alliance. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reported the reason why he and his wife decided to donate their ranch was to ensure that it stayed a working cattle operation rather than being sold off or converted to other uses.
The story about that place really struck a nerve with readers, I think, because it really highlighted the need to take drastic action to keep working ranches going. In a world where real estate or hunting properties, ranchers are lured away from keeping the ranch alive by selling out to some kind of real estate venture or resort venture that's happening. And in this part of Montana, what's also happening is that the conservation group American Prairie Reserve is buying up ranches and creating a really impressive bison range, but that's really controversial in that part of Montana. And so the Veseths found a different route. They created their own foundation to preserve a way of life and to preserve a special place.
As ranch communities in Wyoming know well, it's harder than ever for younger generations of ranch families and anyone else interested in running sheep and cattle to break into the business. 12 hours after his wife shot her 4 children and herself, Cliff Harshman of Byron sat in a hospital waiting room. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland interviewed Cliff, who said that he had lost his best friend, his kids, everything.
I had reported that this mother was involved in this tragic murder-suicide incident. I had reported that the girls had died, that one was hospitalized. And so I was on top of the hard news part of it, but then I called Cliff Harshman, the dad, the husband, and he was devastated. He was very raw with me. He said that his wife had essentially been through hell, mental health-wise, and he wanted to let people know what had happened.
Coworkers organized a GoFundMe account to help Cliff deal with funeral and other expenses and allowed him to focus on grieving. I'll be back with more of the most read stories from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
988 is for Mike, who's struggling to move on. For Lydia, who's overwhelmed by the pressure of doing it all. For Eric, who feels sad and lonely this time of year. For Helen, who's so anxious she can't sleep. 988 is for them, for you, for Wyoming. To get free support for a mental health or substance use crisis, call or text 988. Available anytime, day or night.
The most read stories of 2025 from Cowboy State Daily continues now. So a dust-up happened between the U.S. Senate over Australian tariffs, which opened discussions about unfair trade practices. Cowboy State Daily's Renee Jean reported that Senator John Barrasso said that while $29 billion of Australian beef had been sold in the United States, not one hamburger from America is allowed down under.
Why can't we sell Wyoming beef in Australia? We have some of the best beef in the world. And I think the thing is this commodity, what we do is we import a lot of our ground chuck comes from foreign countries so we can get that affordable hamburger on the dinner plate. Our beef that we raise here is really high quality. It's not ground chuck, it's the premium steaks.
Australia only accepts U.S. beef if it can be proven that the beef was sourced from cattle born, raised, and slaughtered in the United States. That's an issue because many exporters also source beef born in Canada and Mexico for their operations. After years of questions and wondering what happened, DNA confirmed the remains found in a rural area near Gering, Nebraska back in October. They were that of Chance Engelbert. Cowboy State Daily's Jen Coker spoke with the mother of the Moorcroft man who had been missing more than 6 years. She had a hard time believing his death was accidental.
His family has no problem believing that he did fall, as investigators say, between 130 and 290 feet from the top of Scotts Bluff Monument. However, the bone of contention is how he got onto the top of that. So that's the question. How on earth did he get up there?
The 25-year-old Engelbert disappeared over the July 4th holiday weekend in 2019. And that's a look at some of 2025's most read stories. Remember, get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily. Happy 2026.
My name is Dre, and I had a stroke when I was only 16 years old.
It was a normal Saturday. He played 2 games back-to-back. During the games, something was off. He said his arm felt heavy. By 1 a.m., he was in emergency brain surgery because he was having a stroke.
I didn't want to, but I felt like I was just giving up.
That's when I found American Heart Association. They saved me that night. I don't know if Dre would be here today if it wasn't for the work that the American Heart Association has done.
The American Heart Association supports life-saving research that leads to medical breakthroughs. We are fighting to help prevent death from heart disease and stroke, educating people on prevention and early detection, and working every day to find treatments and cures so you and your loved ones can live happier, healthier lives. To learn more, go to heart.org today.
Happy 26 news, the top news stories of the year 2025. You hear Mac Watson, Cowboy State Daily News Director. Count them down. What were the most read stories of 25? My favorite story of last year. It seemed so weird to get calling it last year now. 25 is so last year and so yesterday. My favorite news story is one of the last ones to come in last year. And it's this one. I found it on Facebook. Big story. Kind of. This posting on a Facebook page read this way. Got told by someone that there is a herd of cows out north of Cheyenne by Nimmo Road. They are northbound. That is my favorite Wyoming story because it's so Wyoming. Being in the news business, I still hate big city news. I mean, who likes that? As much as I know I'm in the industry, I'm in the game, and like news is everything I do, we do, Cowboy State Daily, I still prefer smaller news, the better. And there's nothing more Wyoming than your horses are out and a post on social media. That is useful news. That's news you can use, as News 5 says. You know, all those stations that say, news you can use, news that meets you where you are, or all their taglines. All that stuff is fulfilled in a simple sentence like this. There's a herd of cows out just north of Cheyenne, up there by Nimmo Road. They're northbound, in case those are yours. That is news you can use. And by the way, the story was updated with one simple word, asterisk, captured. So in other words, call off the dogs. Never mind. They've got the cows back in where they belong and they fixed the fence. That's great news. If that's all the news is going on in a day in Wyoming, that's enough for me. I don't need to know that someone got shot, someone got stabbed, someone's got dirty pictures on their phone, got arrested. I don't need to know any of that garbage. That's the news. My favorite story of 2025 came in just yesterday, I think. Herd of cows out there by Nimmo Road. Walking down the road, right down Nimmo Road, northbound. That's good stuff. Mark Hines, I guess, is going to take New Year's Day off. Mark normally would be here, although he's kind of touch and go with his. I don't see him. I do have the Zoom room open, right? Yeah, today's going to be a day where, it's kind of volunteer. You can be here or not. It's optional. I get it. It's New Year's Day. I've never saw it as a day to take off. I've never worked for the government. Maybe if you've always worked for the government, and you know about government holidays, federal holidays, that, November 1st, a no-brainer day off. But if you've ever fed livestock, there are no days off. And I've worked jobs, I've owned horses, and there is no such thing as New Year's Day. Horses got to eat. Animals got to eat. There's no holidays. So I don't consider it today a really big holiday. It's right up there with, I don't know. It's just, I wasn't out late last night. Nancy says, Happy New Year. Thanks for all you do. Thanks, Nancy. Erlin checks in on the Facebooks, Cowboy State Daily. Happy New Year to you and all. Thank you. Just a new calendar day. Rent's due, by the way. Don't let that throw you off. It's first day of a new month in addition to a new year. So write that rent check if that's what you got going on, if you're not a homeowner. This story, probably the second biggest story in the Cowboy State Daily. This is the kind of stuff I'm talking about, where I'd rather read about somebody's cows loose than read about this. Former House candidate from Powell, accused of child abuse and molestation. Powell man, who ran 2 unsuccessful campaigns for a seat in the Wyoming House of Representatives, now faces over 200 years in prison on charges he physically and sexually abused at least one child for years. Ugh. Now, remember, we've not, it's just charges at this point. Nobody's guilty. Everybody's presumed innocent. The Powell man, and there are some people on the Facebooks commenting on this story saying, the predictable, disgusting, despicable, etc., and all the things that should be done to this man if proven guilty. Others are questioning Cowboy State Daily's connection to politics. Although I think it's important to put somebody in context. You can just say 56-year-old Powell man faces up to more than 200 years in prison for such and such. Did you have to say, if you're Claire McFarland writing the story, that he's a former House candidate? I think it's important to flesh out who people are and whether they are newsworthy, noteworthy, whether they and Claire talked about this yesterday with us. Claire was on the show and she talked about another case where, we were talking about the DUI case. The DUI charges brought against Representative Bill Alleman, who is in office now. And I think it is important to bring in someone's background. Well, like, why do we know this person? Because Claire said, you know what? If somebody gets a DUI in such and such county on this such and such day, yeah, that's not really news. Police make a lot of DUI arrests. Honestly, too many. Who knows how many were made last night? Is that news? Not really, unless the subject of the story is newsworthy. And when that is somebody who is sitting on a high-ranking committee, by the way, Bill Alamont, he's on House Appropriations, right? Yeah, that is newsworthy. So, yeah, I don't mind the connection here with the headline, former House candidate. This is a man who, the reason you probably know him, if you do at all, is that he at one time ran for a state House seat, House District 25. That's Park County up there in Powell. He ran in 2010, lost to Dave Bonner, and he ran again in 2012, losing to Dave Blevins. So, yeah, the name might conjure a memory. You might say, David Kellett. Yeah, I know that name. How do I know that name? Ran for office twice. Also, you may know his business. I think he runs an IT business in Powell. David Kellett, 56-year-old, charged with 1 count felony child abuse. That can get you up to 10 years in prison. Another aggravated child abuse. That can get you up to 25 years in the joint. And 9 counts of second-degree sexual abuse of a minor. And that's up to 20 years per. So you do the math. Claire did it for you. And David Kellett's looking at a potential 215 years in prison if all counts go through. 11 total. They were all filed December 23rd in Powell Circuit Court. And we'll find out when the truth comes out. $200,000 cash only bond. Kellett, he ran as a Tea Party activist back in the day. I don't remember, honestly, the run, but, I'm not in Park County. But the stuff of the affidavit, if it proves out true, and I would imagine law enforcement investigators have their, I guess maybe there might be more, but at least one. And this all came from a December 3rd caseworker from the Wyoming Department of Family Services, DFS, called Wallace, the Powell PD investigator, and said, I have a juvenile here saying she was sexually abused. And I think she was not naming names, but they figured it out. And it is allegedly David Kellett, and the stuff is, I don't even want to read it out loud. A male who compelled this minor to watch pornography with him, acts of grooming, touching. There was an involvement of a dog at one point. Yeah, I'm done with this. The girl said she was punched and abused, hair pulled. She did have a black eye. This is not good. Kellett is, I looked up his socials. He's divorced from his wife. He does have kids and grandkids of his own. But, yeah, just very disturbing business on a New Year's Day morning. I don't even want to explore that any further. Sublette County Hospital hoping they get some of that $205 million we just heard announced this week. I saw Senator Barrasso was pretty excited about $205 million coming Wyoming's way. That's federal funds for rural health care. It's all part of that big, beautiful bill where a whole bunch of money was set aside to be distributed to the states of America, the U.S. states, and particularly to address rural health care, acknowledging that small hospitals in more rural areas are really facing tough times financially. Many of them are closing. It's sometimes hard to find even a clinic that's within an hour or two drive when you're in Wyoming. And then never mind an OB. You want to find an obstetrician, you want to find OBGYN, like, yeah, their rural health care money funds are very much needed in Wyoming. And now we see news that Wyoming is targeted for $205 million. Now, where that money is going to go, how it's going to be spent, where it's distributed, and how that remains to be seen. But Sublette County and their brand new Sublette County Health facility, this is a $74 million complex that opened in September, and everybody was all excited about it because Sublette County was the last county in Wyoming to not have a hospital. They had a functioning, passable clinic, but Sublette County had no hospital per se. If you needed stuff done, if you needed anything done at the hospital, you had to drive to the next county, presumably Teton, and go to St. John's. So Sublette finally got a hospital going, took great effort and a bunch of money, $73.8 million. And the day after the ribbon cutting and everybody was heralding the hospital, all of a sudden now people are like, well, careful what you wish for. They were burning through money. The focus shifted from celebrating the community hospital, the community celebrating the opening of the Sublette County Hospital. It went right to concern over how to keep their doors open because the facility was basically, quote, burning through cash without any special federal designation. So this $205 million to be spread out throughout the state. How much of it is going to head Sublette's way? I know Sublette County Hospital interim CEO Bill Patton hopes they get the lion's share. He said, all we know at this point is the total amount the state is getting. No word on how it'll be distributed, where, and in what fashion, but Sublette is hoping they're in line to receive something of the $205 million. That story's in the Cowboy State Daily, written by Kate Meadows. You want to check that out. Sublette County's new hospital hopes to get some of the $205 million from feds. We'll take a look at this day in history. It's an easy day to remember. It's Jan 1, and we'll do it after this.
Let's face it, mornings are tough. Gotta get up, gotta get the kids ready, feed the dog, the cat, every other living thing in your house. Oh, get caffeinated. It's a lot of work. It's a lot of work. But you also want to be informed, catch up on what's happening in Wyoming and the world as well. Hear from the newsmakers of the day. That's why Cowboy State Daily has The Morning Show with Jake. Jake Nichols talks about the news you care about, not some ponderous, overwrought, inside the Beltway show that's syndicated out of New York or LA. You want the news that's going to affect you and your life. Jake interviews not only the newsmakers, but the deciders, the people who make the decisions for the future of Wyoming. Plus, you'll hear the stories directly from our award-winning reporters from Cowboy State Daily. So make sure you start your day off the Wyoming way with Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake Nichols. Monday through Friday, 6 a.m. to 10 a.m. Stream it on our homepage. Watch it on YouTube. Cowboy State Daily's Morning Show with Jake. Oh, and don't forget your car keys.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
I don't think that many kids in my son's school even do it.
He makes fun of his friend who vapes.
He would never try it.
She's into soccer.
She's on the honor roll.
She's just not the type.
No way.
No way.
No way.
No way, my kid would never vape.
Get your head out of the cloud. Today, nearly 8,000 kids will start vaping. Maybe even yours. Learn about the dangers at talkaboutvaping.org.
Life's daily battles are not meant to be fought alone.
we're not powerless, so long as we don't lose sight of what's important.
Don't be afraid to seize that moment to talk to your friends.
Cloud, you okay?
Because checking in on a friend can create a safe space.
The first step on our new journey. You coming?
Reach out to a friend about their mental health. Seize the awkward. It's totally worth it.
There are a lot of words I would use to describe my daughter. Kind, strong, hilarious. When I think about how much she's experienced in her life, on a journey that we're now on together as a family,
I'll make you something to eat, okay?
we can't help but be inspired by her every day.
Hey, Mom, we're about to start the movie. Oh, yeah, I'll be right there. Okay.
So really, we're the lucky ones. Learn about adopting a teen from foster care. You can't imagine the reward. Visit adoptuskids.org.
Happy 2026 to you. Cowboy State Daily Show coming at you on a new day and a new year and a new month, a new everything. Somewhere, remember, somewhere there's that somebody that is hard at work doing their taxes right now, doing their tax return. This person is no doubt named Ned or Lester. And first thing, New Year's, wake up on New Year's Day. Well, time to do 25 taxes. I'm almost certain there's probably one person up. The rest of us are like, where is the Excedrin? Or the time. Do people do Excedrin anymore? Is that even a... the Goodies headache powder. Is that a thing? Goodies headache. I'm pretty sure it is. Isn't that Goodies? Yeah, Goodies headache power was all the it's still around. Oh my goodness. I can't believe it. It seems to me like a Southern thing. That's what you would have taken in the South in 1933 if you woke up with a hangover. On this day, January 1st, 1933, somebody in Athens, Georgia woke up with a banging headache after last night and reached for the Goodies headache powder. And it's still around. It consists of aspirin, acetaminophen, and caffeine. Well, caffeine's the key part, right? That gets it going. Yeah, it's still around today. Goodies headache powder, popular over-the-counter pain reliever, according to Wikipedia. It is a Southern thing, especially in the Southern U.S. and especially about 80 years ago. I'm not sure how popular it is today, but you can still find it in the South, big time. Goodies headache powder. Or Excedrin, which I'm guessing is still around. Excedrin. Yeah. Excedrin tension headache medication. Yeah, I have one of those tension headaches. The tension brought on by about 12 cups of champagne, beer, and a shot of something not quite identifiable right around 12:15 a.m. I have one of those tension headaches. Anyway, yeah, that's the, 90% of the population this morning reaching for the goodies, headache powder. The small percentage of us, all named Ned or Lester with a pocket protector, are whittling the pencil, licking the pencil tip and saying, let's get down to taxes for 2025. I only mention this because I got a email reminder from TurboTax. Get a jump start on your 25 tax return. No, thanks. I'll be jumping on that about a week into April, if then. Not now. No. This day in history, let's do that. It is January 1st. And here are the things that happened this day. Some of them concerning New Year's Day type stuff, obviously. Some of them not so much. We're going to go in the Wayback Machine, Sherlock. 45 BC. What? Who even writ this down that we would still remember it all these years later? 45 BC, January 1st, celebrated as the beginning of the year for the first time. Prior, in other words, in 46 BC, we didn't know anything. There was no New Year's Eve party on December 31st. There wasn't even a December 31st. Because it took Julian was like an emperor, right? It took Julian to reinvent the calendar. Prior, we were doing the old Gregorian calendar. And Julian said, hey, here's a new... Julian was like, maybe he was the bank back then, because that's where we get all our calendars, right? Julian was the teller at the bank in 45 BC, and he said, here's your new 45 BC calendar and a toaster for opening an account. And by the way, it's January 1st. Happy New Year. And people are like, what? Happy New Year? What does that mean? It means on this day, 45 BC, January 1, celebrated as the beginning of the year for the very first time under the Julian calendar. There you go. 1622, Papal Chancery adopts January 1st as the beginning of the year. So the Pope and the Vatican finally got around to agreeing, okay, we can get down with January 1st. 1622, a fair number of nations had already recognized January 1 as the start of the new year at the time, but it would take over a century for the world to change to universally adopt January 1st as the beginning of a new year, 1622. Let's get to modern times, like 1861. Stephen Downey, later state auditor of Wyoming, was promoted to the rank of first lieutenant in the Potomac Home Brigade. That's Maryland infantry. He would be a colonel eventually 2 years later in 1863 before he would muster out of service. But Stephen Downey, promoted to first lieutenant on this day, Jan 1, later state auditor of Wyoming. 1863, President Abraham Lincoln signed the Emancipation Proclamation. January 1st, 1863, also Daniel Freeman files the first homestead under the newly passed Homestead Act. That happened to be in Nebraska, but the Homestead Act, we just talked about the similar parallel act that gave free land out, 640 acres a shot. That was for big ranchers, people that were going to put a big spread down. But the Homestead Act was just offered free land west of the Mississippi, basically, and all you had to do is prove up on it. We needed a westward expansion, and we got it. 1863, Daniel Freeman. There's a piece of trivia for you, Abby. Who was the first person to take advantage of the Homestead Act and where? I'm going to tuck that away for Abby. She's not going to be on today. I think Mac Watson's going to take her place. So we'll ask Mac. This day, Daniel Freeman is the answer, Nebraska. Susan B. Anthony, leader of the women's suffrage movement, first publishes her weekly journal titled The Revolution, 1868, this day. Carbon County, happy birthday. You came into existence on this day in 1870, Carbon County, Wyoming. The Laramie Daily Times began publication in, you guessed it, Laramie on this day, 1879, no longer published. The Laramie Daily Times. 1888, this day, John Guerin, born in Quebec, was a federal employee. He designed the M1 Garand rifle. And it may be Garand. I may be saying it wrong, but I don't know. It was used by the U.S. Army during World War II and the Korean War. If you've ever seen it, a picture of it, you would recognize it right away. It was eventually replaced by the M16A1 in the 1970s, but for all World War II, the majority of the Korean War, all our U.S. troops in the Army were carrying the M1. That was designed by legendary firearm designed by John Guerin of Quebec, Canada. Who was it his birthday today? Yes, he was born this day, 1888. 1892, the Ellis Island Immigration Station in New York opens for the first time. Send us your poor, your terrorists, your what's the 1892 Ellis Island? What is the phrase? Send us your poor, your downtrodden, your huddled masses, something like that. I should know that, right? That should be something you need to know to graduate out of elementary school. Yeah, the Statue of Liberty, she lifts up the lamp to light the way for immigrants. And the iconic lines that are etched in there: give me your tired, your poor, your huddled masses yearning to breathe free. The wretched refuse of your teeming shore. And we got plenty of those. Just check out a Walmart at 2 a.m. Send these, the homeless tempest tossed to me. I lift my lamp beside the golden door. So not exactly laying out the welcoming mat, right? I mean, America built on the wretched and everything else, the flotsam and jetsam that floats up at Ellis Island. Zuby says, happy 2026. Same to you, Zuby. Where was I? Oh, yeah, Ellis Island opened on this day. 1918, oil and gas pipeline started operation from the Salt Creek field all the way to Casper. It was the first such pipeline in the Casper region. That salt field, the Salt Creek field, by the way, remains in production even today, all these years later. This day, 1920, about 1,000 radicals were arrested in 33 different U.S. cities during the Great Raid of the Red Scare. 1920, that whole Red Scare, the idea that communism was around in the U.S. and these radicals, that kind of reminds me, it has tones of today, doesn't it? Whether it's ICE or just, it feels like it could happen today. When you think, today these things have never happened before. We've never been in a country where you had to fear for, arrest from government agencies. I mean, remember in 1920, and then later during another communism Red Scare in the 60s, Cuban Missile Crisis, all that. But in 1920, the Red Scare is so prominent that 1,000 radicals were arrested in 33 different U.S. cities. This day, 1920, during the Great Raid of the Red Scare. Are you a communist? Today, people just brag about being a socialist, so I don't know, it's weird. Jan 1, 1930, Fort D.A. Russell would be renamed Fort Francis E. Warren. 1935, some $6 million. Billion would have been a lot in 1935. More than $6 million paid out in benefits to World War I veterans in Wyoming alone. 1935, the actual dollar count, I have it here, down to the penny. World War I veterans in Wyoming receive benefits to the tune of $6,329,995.57. 1941, this day, Cody businessmen sent a telegram to President Roosevelt urging him to aid the United Kingdom in its war effort. 1942, U.S. Office of Production Management prohibited the sale of new cars and trucks to civilians. I'm continually baffled by the extent to which everyday items were limited during World War II and rationed. I mean, from coffee to new car sales. U.S. Office of Production Management said no new car sales or cars or trucks to civilians in 1942. Anything that came off the line in Detroit was headed right out on a boat to head to World War II efforts. Man, 1944 this day, the 115th Cavalry was broken into 3 separate units. Ultimately, the late war unit, the 115th Cavalry, I've lost track of what I was reading. Never mind. 1948, the hospital in Rock Springs transferred from state ownership to county ownership. Happened to be Sweetwater County, of course, Rock Springs. That happened in 1948. January 1st, 1965, Seed Skidee National Wildlife Refuge first came into existence. Wonderful place if you ever get a chance to visit the Seed Skidee National Refuge. It's very cool. Seed Skidee, once the original name of the Green River. 1968 this day. University of Wyoming lost to LSU in the Sugar Bowl. That was the biggest bowl we've ever been in, the Sugar Bowl. 1968, we lost 20-13. UW did to LSU. And it's pretty much the reason why I have the license plate number 68 from UW. I have one of the alumni issued college university plates. And you were allowed to choose your number back then up until 100. It was when the plate first came into issuance, like, how many years ago? Boy, that was a long time ago. University of Wyoming announced we're going to have our own alumni plates. You don't need to have gone to college there, which I did not. It just cost you at that time $130. I think it's now $180 one-time purchase for the plate. And you get a special University of Wyoming plate. And back when they first announced this and issued them, they allowed you to pick your number until the first 100 were out the door. And by the time I called the office at UW, I said, what number are you up to? Because I got some ideas on what number I'd like to be. They said, we're up to the 60s, like 61 or 62. And I thought about 77. You got 2 lucky numbers there, 77, but it didn't have any meaning to me. And then I'm like, wait a minute, 1968 is the year that UW was in the Sugar Bowl. I mean, we didn't win it, but that was huge. That was the last time UW is ever going to be in a bowl game that big, especially this day and age in college athletics. So, yeah, I chose the 68. I'm rocking the 68 license plate in honor of this day, Jan 1. When Wyoming came up just a touchdown short to LSU in the Sugar Bowl. And finally, this day, 1984, the first memorial plaques were installed at the Grand Encampment Museum, which is in Encampment, Wyoming. The Grand Encampment Museum in Wyoming is home to over a dozen historical buildings filled with artifacts that represent the valley's timber, mining, and ag history. If you get a chance to visit that, the Encampment Museum in Encampment, Wyoming, please do. It's really neat. And it got formed on this day in 1984. All these things happened January 1st on this day. It's time to rodeo. Let's do that.
Hi, and welcome to the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network from Gillette, Wyoming, and a Happy New Year to you and yours. Off we go for 2026. And the 2026 rodeo season began October 1st, 2025. Who's leading the world standings early as we go into the new year? We'll check those world standings when we come back.
Cattlemen, join the Western Video Market Auction broadcast live from the historic North Platte Stockyards in North Platte, Nebraska. The pre-show begins at 9 a.m. Central with the auction starting at 9:30. This sale features several thousand head of weaned calves, including a large consignment from Seaward Cattle, shipping out of Laird, Colorado, plus Reputation Special Program consignments from leading Western producers. You'll also find a major offering of dairy beef cross steers and heifers from Southwest Cattle. View catalog or register to bid at wvmcattle.com.
Winter certainly brings out its fair share of challenges, but also the quiet beauty of life out here in the West. At the Western Ag Network, we want to thank producers, families, and communities who keep our rural America strong even in the coldest months. Wherever winter takes you, feeding livestock, hauling hay or grain, or just heading down icy roads, we're here with trusted ag news and markets on radio, television, and social media. From your friends here at the Western Ag Network, wishing you a safe and steady winter season.
The 2026 rodeo season started October 1st, 2025. Let's check the world standings, shall we, for the brand new year as we head into the new year. In the bareback riding, Bradley Miller from Texas leads his specialty. Shade Etherton from Indiana, the big steer wrestler from the middle of the country, leads the steer wrestlers. Team roper Garrett Tanazi from Lampasas, Texas, the number one header, and Parker Carabal from Florida on the heeling side. In the saddle bronc riding, the veteran from Miami, Texas, Wyatt Casper, leads the bronc riders. As you remember, he just barely missed going to the 2025 National Finals Rodeo, broke his leg back in August. In the tie-down roping, Bryce Durer from New Mexico is number one. Grayson Harmon in the barrel race from Texas, she's number one in the barrel race. Rookie breakaway roper J.C. Hammonds from Texas leads the breakaway roping event world standings. And in the bull riding, Bryce Jensen from Texas. He was the Rookie of the Year in 2025 and had a great National Finals rodeo. Happy New Year from the Rodeo Roadshow. I'm Will Rasmussen on the Western Ag Network.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake.
Thanks, Will. Thanks, Western Ag Network, for the update on the Gillette Rodeo, which we talked a little bit about yesterday. I wasn't listening close enough to hear if Will mentioned the bull rider that was, I think he covered 4 bull. That can't be. You don't ride 4 bulls in that rodeo, do you? I know he had an 86 ride. I watched some of that, and I want to say his name was Cochran. I'm going to find out because it was crazy great bull riding at that Gillette Rodeo. The buck and ball, it was pretty cool. So I'll get his name because I'm not sure if Will mentioned it. And we'll do it right after this quick break. Coming back at you after these.
JB Hunt now has CDLA truck driving jobs in the Cheyenne area, and they're hiring Class A drivers for a local dedicated route. Drivers can make $78,000 a year and be home every night. Plus, medical benefits after 30 days on the job, also earning paid time off on your first day, and enjoy other perks like a company-matched 401k. As a company founded by a truck driver, JB Hunt is driven for you. So head to drivejbhunt.com to see the JB Hunt difference. That's drivejbhunt.com. In Wyoming, you want news from folks who still shake hands and mean it. You just want the facts. That's why more Wyomingites listen to Cowboy State Daily Radio. News that doesn't bend, twist, or dance around the truth. Crisscrossing the state to cover the news the way you like it, with reporters steps away from the Capitol in Cheyenne and in your hometown. No spin, no corporate suits, no duh. Talking about your state. This is Cowboy State Daily Radio.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Who can you turn to for news you can trust? Your local TV and radio broadcasters. You trust us to keep you safe during times of crisis and to deliver the weather, sports, and entertainment you rely on every day. We bring you the facts you need to make decisions that matter. And as misinformation floods social media, you can trust your local stations to deliver the truth. Text TV to 52886 and tell Congress you rely on your local stations for trusted news.
You handle the healthcare, we'll handle the marketing. In need of a spark for marketing your medical practice? Loom Studio provides creative and strategic healthcare marketing that illuminates the path to bigger and better experiences for your business and your patients. We specialize in branding and design, social media, website design, SEO and SCM, not to mention content creation, public and media relations, and marketing metrics to ensure you're getting results. If you're looking to increase your patient engagement and retention, enhance your community impact, and streamline your marketing efforts, our team is ready to help you achieve your goals. Contact us today and learn more at loomstudio.com.
I'm Chris Jakomick. I served in the United States Air Force and I deployed 3 times. So in 2017, I was serving as an Air Force First Sergeant. Our motto in that role is my job is people, everyone is my business. But unfortunately in that year, I would lose my own brother, Lance Corporal Adam Jakomick, to suicide. The majority of veteran suicides are from guns. I store my weapons securely, not only for myself, but for my family. My service never stops.
Cowboy State Daily Show and Jake, as we're wrapping our way towards the end of hour 3 this morning on a 2026 Thursday. It's Colton Kaufman is the bull rider I'm thinking of. Kid out of Niobrara County who was the sensation of the New Year's Eve buck and ball in Gillette. They sold out Camplex Arena. And this guy covered 2 bulls with an 86 ride and an 86 and a half. And man, he was something else. I mean, these rides, he was the champion bull rider, crowned the champion bull rider, earned $6,800 for his efforts. And what a way to start the new year, Colton. Chuck Kuhn, our buddy Chuck Kuhn, has the ride, and I'm going to play it for you now. It was... This is great. Colton Kaufman.
Colton Kaufman.
I think he's out of Lusk, Wyoming. I think this is his 86 and a half ride. Oh, man. Woo! Get him, Colton. Whoa. And he talked about that ride with Chuck Kuhn later.
Seen him a couple times, but I'd never been on him. I actually didn't nod my head. I went to pull him over, and I felt...
He did not nod his head. He was just adjusting himself in the chute, in the box when they pulled the gate, man. Oh, that'll wake you up pretty quick. I don't know how you celebrated your New Year's Eve, but maybe it was on par with something that Colton Kaufman did, where you felt like somebody just pulled the gate and you were like, whoa! You know, somebody walks up to you at the party, your husband, your wife, somebody you don't know, and they hand you like 3 beers or a shot in a beer or And suddenly you feel like, hey, I didn't nod for this. What? And you're doing 8 seconds on a bull name champagne special. Yeah, maybe that was your New Year's Eve, similar to Colton Kaufman's, the young Lusk bull rider who he wasn't quite ready to go, but they pulled the gate anyway. My New Year's Eve was not a rodeo. It was over by, I don't know. I was taking a bath at 7:30. Ready for bed. No, I watched Stranger Things. I won't say nobody, but nobody I know in the Cowboy State Daily world watches it. I tried Jen Coker this morning. Nope. Maybe I'll ask Mac. Maybe his kids watch it. I don't think he would. Jackie Dorothy, she's never heard of it. Mark Hines didn't show up today. Renee Jean, I can guarantee Renee Jean doesn't know what Stranger Things are. How can everybody under the Cowboy State Daily banner be so blissfully unaware of Stranger Things? It baffles me. I thought the whole country, Netflix reportedly, one of their servers on the East Coast crashed within minutes of the final episode airing yesterday, 6 o'clock Mountain Time, 8 p.m. Eastern, and Netflix servers, of course, went down immediately. Of course. It's the most successful, the most watched show on Netflix. And I can't find anybody who draws a paycheck from Cowboy State Daily who even knows what it is or watches it. That's mind-boggling. Maybe Mac. Abby doesn't. Abby is usually on Thursdays with the trivia. I can usually count on Abby to be somewhat aware of pop culture, but then again, not really. I don't know. Does any listeners watch it? Am I just wasting my breath talking about it? I would love, I don't want to give any spoiler alerts in case you're following Stranger Things and you didn't see it last night. The final episode, the season 5, 2-hour final episode. I don't want to give away any secrets, but I would love to know what you thought about it. Did you like it? Did you like the way it wrapped up? Did you like who died and who didn't? I think the Duffer Brothers did a good job bringing Stranger Things to conclusion. I don't know how you can be unaware of it and be on a computer, because that's all I see on social media. It's all I see on Facebook, TikTok, Instagram, whatever you're on, YouTube. There's just Stranger Things everywhere. You turn on a football game, it's Stranger Things halftime show. 307-999-TALK, 307-999-8255. Shoot me a text. Do you watch Stranger Things? Yes? No? Do you like it? Yes? No? Do you like the way it ended last night, the finale? Yes? No? Answer me. I'm doing an informal poll. Or answer on the Facebooks. Either way. Other stories we're going to get to before we wrap up this early morning show, early on a New Year's Day, are, let's see, what else have we not hit? Oh, David Madison's story about the white bark pine. More importantly, the limber pine. And the limber pine, from what I understand of David Madison's story, and from seeing limber pine out there in its natural habitat, the limber pine is Wyoming's version of the pinyon pine, which you'll often see down in Colorado and Utah. And you've seen that. It's those pine trees that grow all gnarly, like they grow in the worst of conditions. And they live forever. Like they live 500 years is nothing. 500-year limber pine is a baby. You're talking like 1,000 years before you're an adult limber pine. 2,000 years or longer. We got some limber pine trees that have been around since Jesus walked the earth. I mean, old. These trees last a long time. And the limber pine is in danger in Wyoming, kind of as much as the white bark pine is and was. White bark pine decimated by beetle kill, yes. Disease, yes. And and limber pine is now facing the same challenges. Really interesting story from David Madison on the health of our state forest. And we have the state forester, delightful young lady we talked to a few months ago. I'm going to have her back on and just talk about this. The limber pine, the white bark pine, and the health of our pine trees in Wyoming. Because a very interesting story by David, and it's got me thinking of pines and definitely the limber pine. I mean, who can't be fascinated with a 2,000-year-old tree? That's crazy. And the idea that these trees that can live so long in such harsh conditions are being killed off by a stupid beetle or being killed off by, get this, mistletoe. I'm not kidding. We'll talk more about this story next hour. Right now, we got a break for news. Cowboy State Daily Show on a New Year's Eve day. Thanks for spending it with us.
Happy New Year. I'm Mac Watson, and 2025 was an amazing year for Cowboy State Daily. So today we'll talk to our reporters about the most read stories on Cowboy State Daily from the year that was. Our first story involves President Donald Trump pardoning Troy Lake of Cheyenne back in November. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland reported that the 65-year-old Wyoming diesel mechanic spent 7 months in federal prison for tweaking and removing emission systems on ailing engines.
This one was edgy because if it's not your newspaper, it's always a little bit dodgy to be out there featuring convicted felons. And I ultimately decided, we're going to feature a convicted felon and write about his bid for a pardon. It generated such a firestorm of coverage nationally that ultimately he was pardoned.
The Wyoming diesel mechanic spent 7 months in federal prison for tweaking and removing emission systems. He was originally sentenced to 1 year and 1 day in prison, but was released early to home confinement with an ankle monitor back in September. A tourist in Grand Teton National Park found himself between a grizzly and its mate, so he took the only escape available. He dove headfirst through an open window of his car. Somebody took a picture, and yes, it went viral. Cowboy State Daily's Andrew Rossi reported that a tour guide got that shot of the man's moment of escape.
The guy was actually caught completely unawares. People alerted this guy that a grizzly approached him, and then he did the most sensible thing possible, looked for the nearest safe spot where he could be safe, and that was inside a vehicle, but the only way to get inside that vehicle was through the open window, so that's what he did. Desperate times call for desperate measures, and it made for one heck of a funny photo.
By the way, if you're going to visit Grand Teton or Yellowstone National Park in 2026, the National Park Service asks you to keep at least 100 yards between you and any bear. I'll be back with more of the most read stories of 2025 from Cowboy State Daily right after this.
988 is for Mike, who's struggling to move on. For Lydia, who's overwhelmed by the pressure of doing it all. For Eric, who feels sad and lonely this time of year. For Helen, who's so anxious she can't sleep. 988 is for them, for you, for Wyoming.
To get free support for a mental health or substance use crisis, call or text 988. Available anytime, day or night.
The most read stories of 2025 from Cowboy State Daily continues now. Dale Vesith ran cattle on the same Montana ranch that his father and his grandfather did before him. But now he's donated the 38,000-acre, $21 million ranch to the Ranchers Stewardship Alliance. Cowboy State Daily's David Madison reported the reason why he and his wife donated their ranch. It was to ensure that it stayed a working cattle operation rather than being sold off or converted to other uses.
The story about that place really struck a nerve with readers, I think, because it really highlighted the need to take drastic action to keep working ranches going. In a world where real estate or hunting properties, ranchers are lured away from keeping the ranch alive by selling out to some kind of real estate venture or resort venture that's happening. And in this part of Montana, what's also happening is that the conservation group American Prairie Reserve is buying up ranches and creating a really impressive bison range. But that's really controversial in that part of Montana. And so the Visas found a different route. They created their own foundation to preserve a way of life and to preserve a special place.
As ranch communities in Wyoming know full well, it's harder than ever for younger generations of ranch families and anyone else interested in running sheep and cattle to break into the business. 12 hours after his wife shot her 4 children and herself, Cliff Harshman sat in a hospital waiting room. Cowboy State Daily's Claire McFarland interviewed Cliff, who said that he had lost his best friend, his kids, everything.
I had reported that this mother was involved in this tragic murder-suicide incident. I had reported that the girls had died, that one was hospitalized. And so I was on top of the hard news part of it, but then I called Cliff Harshman, the dad, the husband, and he was devastated. He was very raw with me. He said that his wife had essentially been through hell, mental health-wise, and he wanted to let people know what had happened.
Coworkers organized a GoFundMe account to help Cliff deal with funeral and other expenses and allowed him to focus on the grieving process. And that's the most read stories of 2025. Remember, you can get your free digital subscription to Wyoming's only statewide newspaper by hitting that daily newsletter button at cowboystatedaily.com. Happy New Year. I'm Mac Watson for Cowboy State Daily.
Breathe. Love what you do and you've already won, my parents used to say. My parents whose smiles were my first finish line, who championed respect, whose resilience built mine. Even more than I wanted a gold medal, I wanted a heart of gold, like the mentors who were my balance beams, refusing to let me down, and the coaches who spoke out to anything out of bounds. Heroes who never stood on podiums, but stood up for me. Every shot I made, give the assist to those who since my youth were referees, ready to blow the whistle and end abuse.
I think we can ratchet up the energy a little bit later in the morning here on January 1st. We've been trying to keep it quiet and mellow for you on a day after New Year's Eve, just in case you were out late. Kind of hard to wake up Jan 1. I think the parades are probably starting, right? Rose Bowl parade, all that stuff. Maybe. I don't know. I'm not in front of a television. A lot of college bowl games going on. I can't even keep track of the whole playoff system and how many bowl games there are now. How many are there? Is there like 30 something? Let me ask AI. Let me ask the chat bots. How many college bowl games are there? And I can ask Renee. How many college bowl games in 2025? Oh, Jimmy's here. Really? All right. We can get on there with Jimmy. Why not? Let's get into the Zoom room. Jimmy Orr's here, 2025. Jimmy, impressive numbers in the newsletter as far as growth for Cowboy State Daily over the past year. Crazy.
Yeah, we had a good year, Jake. Happy New Year to you. I didn't know, I was looking at the guest list, I didn't know because it's New Year's if Renee was coming on or not.
I don't either.
So I just jumped on.
Good, because I don't see Renee, and there you are. So that works. I'll do that swap.
How was our? How many no-shows did we have today?
I don't want to make anyone feel bad. Jen was here bright and early, so credit her. She said she went to bed last night at 8:15. So Jen was here. Jackie was here. Mac was here. Don Day, busy forecasting perhaps, and Mark Hines did not make it either.
Yeah, maybe Mark's out hunting. I'm like you and Jen, maybe 9:30 for me.
Yeah.
About it.
I might have got there, probably not even. But regularly, I have to be in bed early. And then anymore, New Year's Eve, it's like, amateur night. I did see London. Did you see the BBC London, the coverage of their New Year's, the fireworks show?
No. Is it great?
Oh, I don't know where else you would be on the globe to take in New Year. I've seen the ball drop in Times Square. I'm like, yeah, but no, London, boy, they did it up.
Did you go to Times Square?
Yes, many times.
And so you were there for the ball drop many times.
Yeah.
So I never wanted to do that. There was a meme out that said, once you're there, you can't get back out. So if you have to go to the bathroom, you're stuck. Is that right?
Yeah, kind of. Man. It's packed. It's wall-to-wall people. And you can go to the nearest pub, but they're jammed too. Like, where to pee in New York City is not usually a problem because we kind of just pee where we need to pee. That's why New York has that smell.
It's lovely. It's lovely.
It's not an issue for guys, but anyway, it's similar to seeing the Mona Lisa at the Louvre. It's it's on your bucket list, and once you do it, you're like, that's kind of mid. That's all it was.
Yeah, I hear you. Dude, we had great numbers for the year. Just great numbers. I just posted something on Facebook, and it was in our newsletter this morning too. But we just exploded this year, and so we're really grateful. We're really grateful for all the support. It's a lot of work, Jake, as you know. I mean, you're up every morning at 4. Now, what time do you get up?
Yeah, 3:43.
3:43
is what I set the alarm for.
Yeah. So and that guy that we did a story on from the voice of Jackson, that's when he got up too, right? The guy that just died.
Oh yeah, Delray John. Yeah, me and him. Oh yeah, we helped lift the sun up over the horizon. We're up before the sun ever thinks about it. Yeah. It's early. Yeah. The numbers are cool. I didn't know. I knew we were the biggest news in Wyoming, but I didn't know Idaho, Montana, North and South Dakota, Nebraska. We do news better in the 6-state region. More news, 13 stories a day on average. Nobody does that.
Nobody comes close to that, Jake. The advantage that we have, though, I mean, full transparency, what is our advantage? Our advantage is, one, we have a great staff of reporters, but 2, we don't have a paywall, right? And so all these, the other publications, you get your 2 or 3 free ones, and then you have to pay.
Yeah.
So what we decided to do is kind of go the opposite way. Everybody is zigging paywall. We're trying our very best not to do that. We're zagging and trying to make it open and available for everybody. And when you are that news outlet that puts out the amount of content that we have, and there's not a paywall, you get a lot of readers. You get a ton of readers. And so that's what we've done. That's our strategy. And of course, we couldn't do it without the reporters that you talk to every single day. I will tell you what, the 2 people, everybody's great. Everybody's great that you talk to, everybody. But I think the 2 people that I enjoy the most, and I'll explain why, are Claire and Abby. I enjoy listening to Claire because of how she has to correct you all the time, right? You and Kozak are the same. Laramie County Sheriff Brian Kozak, where you have to keep you have to keep saying allegedly, right?
Yeah.
He makes fun of that all the time. He makes fun of that. He says something and then he throws in the allegedly. So what Claire does with you is she keeps you in line.
Totally.
And it's hilarious.
And it's to the point now she doesn't have to say anything. I'll get off on it, and I can just see her eyes on the other end of the Zoom. She'll be like, Jake, no, I got to stop you there. I know.
Or she'll also say to you, I'm not going to talk about this, Jake.
Yes.
No, I'm not going to speculate, Jake.
I know.
And it's funny. It's funny because you guys have a good rapport.
I enjoy how eloquent she is verbally. She's so well spoken. Many writers are great writers because they hide behind a keyboard. And when you talk to them face to face, not so much. She is even better expressing herself verbally, orally. Amazing. She's so eloquent. Her vocabulary. I'm dazzled by every time we talk. I'm like, wow, Claire, keep talking.
Yeah, she's a big reader. But I will tell you that it's the conversation that you two have. It's that you guys have a really good rapport. You also, my other favorite, I like listening to everybody. It's just, it's the rapport that you also have with Abby.
Yeah.
Abby is just funny. She is just funny. I love it when you two are on. What I'll do is if I can't watch it live, I always go back when I'm putting together the newsletter to listen to you two, because it's funny. It's funny stuff. And I will yell at her, say, how do you not know this?
I know.
The reason is she's so much younger than us.
Yeah. I'm like, oh, she doesn't know who, Rob Reiner is. I know, it's so frustrating when you know. That's fun, the trivia. But what I think really works for Abby and I is something I try to be conscious of doing, but I can't always do, is to be natural in an interview. It's hard when you're interviewing a John Barrasso, a Senator Lummis, a Governor Gordon. I'm trying to be like professional and prepared, but when you see Abby come on and she's all blinged out in her shades before she says a word, I get relaxed. She's relaxed, and we both get to be natural, and it's fun that way.
Yeah, she's completely natural.
Yeah.
She doesn't have any concern about going on at all. She's just funny.
No, and we just wing it, which is obvious usually. But yeah, she's fun. Definitely.
Well, and you have a good time with everybody. I also like, who else is really conversational and comfortable is Mark. Mark's really very easy to talk to as well.
Yeah. Mark and I think are sometimes too similar. It's good when you're not similar with your guests, because then that headbutting friction comes out. But yeah, me and Mark both, we agree on most things outdoors.
Yeah, and then I was telling Bill, when you have Bill on, I was telling Bill the other day, I said, Bill, let Jake ask you a question. You don't have to direct the conversation.
I know.
Because what he'll do is he'll go one way and then he goes, and then.
He gets to all the topics that I want to give him. I know. You're supposed to feed your interview subject the next thing and get him off on that, like all the. Bill just goes there. So
right. It's like, hey, I was in radio 150 years ago, Jake. And so what you would do if you had to go to the bathroom or if you had to do something, you put on Freebird, right?
Totally.
Or
Pink Floyd.
Stairway to Heaven.
Yeah, or Stairway to Heaven, or the entire.
Devita.
Yeah. And Bill is my Freebird. I'm just going to put up a still photo of me in the Zoom room window and I'm going to make a pot of coffee. I know.
Yeah.
Well, he's handy.
The one thing that we love the radio show, as you know, the radio show is great. I think it serves a lot of different purposes. But the one thing that we miss, of course, is because you do the radio show, you can't write us stories. And and today in the newsletter, Jake, we presented the 15 most read stories of 2025. And in 2024, you occupied like 3 of those spots because your stories, your stories would take off. Your stories were always long form, and they were always, I'm not going to say they were always wacky, but they were always really, really interesting.
Oh, thanks. I miss doing that. Yeah.
I think your story of the little people in the jar.
Yeah.
That was the most read of 2024. And you know what I'm talking about.
Yeah.
The little mummy.
Yep. Found in a cave. I know. That is weird.
You're drinking Wyoming. I think my favorite drinking Wyoming of yours was when you compare. Well, did you compare 2 bars in Du Bois? Was that it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that idea just came to me because, when you're in Du Bois, those are the 2 bars. Like, you go to one or the other and not usually both. And,
Well, so, drinking Wyoming it's a talent to be able to write it, because when you talk about the drinks, nobody's going to read it. When you talk about the atmosphere and the people in it, that's what makes it work, right? And so, and your drinking Wyomings were the best. They were always really funny. But we have a challenger to the Jake throne on drinking Wyoming with Zach. Zach is funny.
Zach has that same power of, that's what you need, is you just need to be an observer and then write it down before you forget it. Just observe. What do you see going on? When Zach went to Sturgis, he also captured the vibe.
The Zach's drinking Wyoming in Wamsutter is one of the funniest, absolute funniest stories I've read.
Dude.
We featured it the other day, and I just gotta read this to you really quick. What we call the blurb, Jake, is the subhead, how to get people to read it. It's so important. And his lead to, let me find it here.
That's when he was like bellied up to the bar, and he had this dude on his left and this dude on his right, and the guy playing pool, and they were such characters, colorful characters.
Yes. So let me read you this. It's just wonderful.
Yeah.
If for some reason you find yourself in this outpost community at exit 173 off Interstate 80, between Rock Springs and Rollins, whose biggest employer is a truck stop and whose own residents have blown out, I'll just get to it. The exterior is cobbled together of sloppily mortared cinder block and paint flaked paneling. The namesake sign is stenciled in mismatched fonts and beaten illegible by decades of weather. The entrance has all the charm of a walk-in tool shed. In other words, when you pull into this strip of dirt parking out front, you'll know you're here if your first thought is, this can't be it.
Yeah.
It's just awesome.
I know many places like that, many gems, many roadhouses, outhouses, hen houses in Wyoming. That's your first impression is this isn't this can't be it. If it wasn't for some blinking, winking out neon sign, Bud Light or Coors Light, you would be like, no.
Yeah, the other thing, Zach's not making fun of it.
No,
Zach he's very much living it, and if you read it, you see that it's a great story. It's a nice story. It's a warm story, but it's also hilarious.
Yeah, I like it. Zach, I like everything. He needs to do more. Can we make him write more stories?
No.
Oh, rats.
With Zach, we get what we get.
Yeah.
Right? And if some writers are wired to write a lot and they can just go, right?
Yeah.
Claire is like that.
Yeah.
Greg is like that. Others can be like that if they get in that mode. Renee can be like that, but most of the time we have Renee focus on longer stories. But, Andrew is like that, right? With Zach, he is very much an artist. And if you push him too much, you're not going to get anything. So you just gotta say, okay, we'll take what we get.
Yeah, he's like Zach Kerouac. You get what you get and be happy for it. Yeah, I get it.
What we tried to do is we tried to send him to Manville for New Year's Eve last night.
Oh, geez.
And Renee did a story on the Three Sisters truck stop in Manville.
Yeah.
A year or two ago, and I thought, I mean, that sounds like it's a fun place. It's run by three sisters, but he had family in town, so he couldn't do it. So
if the pony,
we're getting one story from him this weekend, and so we're looking forward to that.
I just passed through there, and I was going to stop, but the pony wasn't loping. If the horse is loping, we're open.
Yes,
but
exactly.
He wasn't loping, and I had to keep going. But
that's Niobrara County.
That's a great place.
Yeah.
All right, we got to take a break. Get Mac in here. Thanks for popping on.
All right, man. Have a great New Year, and go Indiana.
Oh yeah, me too. I'm Team Indiana.
I'm Team Indiana and Ole Miss. That's the two teams I want.
Just for something different. By the way, 36 bowl games this year. 36 is the answer.
I just want Lane Kiffin's team to win without him.
I can do that.
Can't stand that guy. All right, man.
All right. Cowboy State Daily. That's Jimmy Orr. We'll be right back. Mac Watson is waiting for us. Let's not keep him any longer. Right after these.
Welcome to The Jake Show on Cowboy State Daily, Wyoming's daily dose of raw, unfiltered, and occasionally uncomfortable truth.
I don't do talking points. I do reality.
No spin, no fluff, just Jake. Local issues, national nonsense, and zero BS. It's truth, sarcasm, and grit, shaken, not stirred.
I just call it like I see it, and I see a lot of Let's just say I see a lot.
From the capital to the county fair, if it matters to Wyoming, Jake's got something to say, and he's not asking permission.
The West was built by people who weren't afraid to speak up. I'm just keeping the tradition alive.
The Jake Show. Weekdays on CowboyStateDaily.com and wherever you get your dose of reality.
Not for the easily rattled. Perfect for everyone else.
This is the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Nestled between Casper Mountain and the North Platte River, you'll find the heart of Wyoming. With a bustling downtown centered around our outdoor haven, Casper is for adventurers, freedom seekers, and rule breakers who find beauty off the beaten path. So if touchable history, a vibrant community, and uninterrupted outdoor recreation define your travel itinerary, allow us to welcome you to the one and only Casper, Wyoming. Plan your trip at visitcasper.com.
All right, look at you taking the stairs. Who are you?
We're your lungs. We are proud of you for quitting smoking, but you still may be at risk for lung cancer.
A routine cancer scan can detect it early when it's more curable.
Good to know. Well, I gotta go somewhere.
So do we.
Listen to your lungs. Get a routine screening that could save your life. Talk to your doctor and learn more at savebythescan.org.
I think I finally found.
Hey, how you doing?
Hey, Mason.
Hey, Mason.
Got a new house. It's looking pretty cool so far.
A place that I call home.
I'm teaching Louise how to cook some lasagna.
It only takes a spark to make a fire start.
The Dutch. Thank you.
Study, please.
I think I finally found a place to make my own. A place that I call home. This place that I call home.
Cowboy State Daily Show, final hour on a New Year's Day morning. And I started the show off, Mac, kind of, playing quiet music. And Because I know some people this morning.
Yeah, smart.
Maybe overindulged, but now we got to bring up the energy. You ought to be awake by now. Come on, let's get going.
There you go, let's do it.
Let me see how many of these things you check off the list. I almost all 6 for me. These are levels of adulting known as you're probably old if you do these things.
Okay.
I am almost here with this one, not quite, but I'm getting pretty close. Watching TV and movies with subtitles.
There are certain things I will watch with subtitles, and it drives me nuts. And again, this may just because I'm getting old as well. Movies are darker. Like scenes of movies are darker, so I can't see the damn characters.
I can't either.
And they're quieter, and then they get really loud, and they get really quiet. So subtitles help.
Subtitles help. If Peaky Blinders, I can't understand the accent of
half the cast,
Birmingham, England, and also I find the dialogue is like, remember the old days of the black and white movies where it was the thing to have snappy, fast dialogue, like in 1940s, 50s movie, and Cary Grant and his administrative assistant would get in a love affair, and their repartee, their back and forth was really rapid, just zinger, like quick. Today, it's like that times 10. The dialogue goes so fast. I'm like, what was that? I almost have to watch the whole thing closed caption because I miss it.
I've had to rewind. I've had to rewind because I'll miss something. But usually it, especially with like British movies or Australian or whatever, if there's an accent, because like if you remember Oasis. Oh, geez. To interview Liam and Noel Gallagher, it was always, know what I mean? Know what I mean?
Yeah.
What, God, what are you trying to say? What are you trying to say? So yeah, I totally get that. And what a great observation. I had forgotten that everybody kind of talked like this back in the 40s. See?
Yes.
So everything was like that. So I saw you first. No, you didn't. Yes, I did. No, you didn't. It was like a Monty Python sketch. But it was real drama. It was real movies. Yeah.
It was a thing. Yeah, that was the vibe they were going for back. There was a certain part of that Hollywood era where that snappy dialogue was just so cool. And now they do it rapid fire. They do it today that I miss things. Like they're almost like at a little aside intentionally, but it's so aside that I don't even.
Yeah.
I missed it. So I guess it's so you can go watch the same movie like 4 times because you'll always pick up something new because you missed it.
And they filmed, they did a remake of A Christmas Carol, by the way, the best book, I think, in English literature. Love Charles Dickens. It's a great redemptive story, but they redid it back in 2021 and it was part of the BBC. And they made it particularly dark and edgy. So literally dark and I guess writing-wise dark, but it was so aggravating because I couldn't see half the action, if there was any action. I couldn't see it because they filmed it so dark and so morose. And then they changed the ending where Scrooge doesn't repent.
Ooh.
I hated it. Hated it.
Yeah.
But yeah, I totally get you, man. There are certain scenes that you're like, didn't the director notice that you can't see anything? How did he edit this?
Yeah, that's so boomer OG. I can't see anything. Everything's too dark. Especially when, today's, it's all these LEDs and these lights. Back in my day, man, you started with the 100 water and went up from there. 60, 75? No. You had the bulb that created day inside the house at night.
That's right.
You were 100, and then you click it up to the 150, and now you're getting somewhere. Now I can't see anything. The other thing is driving. You have to turn the music down to help you drive better. As like that helps you. Like if you're in the city, you're concentrating. You got turn that music down so I can drive better and concentrate.
Well, I got to tell you, that's interesting because my wife had a rule and still has a rule. We just don't turn on the radio.
Ooh.
If it's the kids and us in the car, we don't turn on the radio because we don't want to turn it off, turn it up, turn it down. We just took that element out. But if I'm driving myself, no, man. Moving Pictures is cranked. Red Barchetta is cranked.
Yeah.
I'm just rocking out, man, because you know what? I deserve it. So,
dude,
I don't turn it down at all.
Listen to you dropping the Rush. All right.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Greatest trio to come out of Canada since.
Oh, and it was so cool, man. I was at the post office. My wife and I had to go to the post office because we have a podcast we've done together since 2019, talking about being foster parents, being adoptive parents, our marriage, that kind of stuff. And every year we send out gifts to our big subscribers, right? So if you look up or if you search Mac Watson Talks on your podcast platform or Facebook or whatever, we've had this since 2019, and we send out swag. Every year we send out a little Christmas present with swag, So we're at the post office, and again, I'm in Cody, right? I'm in Cody, Wyoming. Not necessarily like the rock capital of the world, right?
No.
And I noticed something behind the postman who's, helping us get all these packages, postage on it. And I made mention of, oh man, what would be a great stamp? And my wife out of nowhere goes, you mean a little trio out of Canada? And the post guy said, you talking about Rush? Are you going to go see him? They're on tour this summer. You going to go see him? I want to go see him. I'm going to see him in Denver. And I'm like, dude, I had no idea.
Yeah.
That was so cool.
It's always fun to discover this new tidbit about your UPS driver or something like that. Like, I would have never guessed you were,
Right. Exactly.
Interesting. Okay, one final level of adulthood. You've arrived at that certain level of adulthood, like when the kids make fun of you, like, oh, Dad, you're so out of touch, is when you get excited about the new household appliance, like that new vacuum cleaner. Like, I wouldn't suggest getting this for your spouse, but
no. My wife doesn't do anything in the house. No.
Okay.
I knew I wanted to marry my wife when she fixed my garage door that was broken.
Oh.
But inside the house, you will always run out of underwear. She doesn't know how to cook. She refuses to clean. But if you want to add a deck onto your house, she's the one. She knows how to put a deck on your house.
Handy.
So I take care of everything inside. So I'm guilty. Oh, we got something for Christmas, which is a canister that creates like whipped topping, but it's really cool. It's got like a little aerosol thing in it, and you put whatever you want to put in, like milk or cream or whatever. You can put a bunch of different things. I got excited over that. Like a Williams Sonoma kind of excitement or a Sur La Table excitement.
Yeah,
I get excited over, oh, look, I got a new knife.
Yeah.
I got a new knife I could use to cook with.
Yeah.
My wife is, she wants no part of it. So yeah, guilty of that too.
Maria is early in the Zoom room. Sorry. We'll get to her.
That's always a good thing.
Yeah, I like that. Better than late. We'll get to her in a minute because you don't want to miss Maria Cuccia has an incredible story about being abducted by aliens. Oh boy. I've heard her tell it on Coast to Coast, and it is creepy.
And it's interesting you bring that up because she is coming up, but there are just some stories that you're like, how could you make that up? There's no way. Like, I swear to God, this is a true story. My sister, when she was 4, 5, and 6, would talk about her past life. And my sister would describe the house she lived in, the car she drove, and how she died.
When she was 5 years old, you're saying?
4, 5, and 6. She said, I used to live in this town. And we used to live in a house that looked like that. And I used to drive. There's no way she could have known the type of car, the type of, because she described the wheels and how she died. There's no way she could describe that. Now she doesn't remember any of it, but it freaked us out because
that's really weird.
She knew way too many details. How can a 4-year-old know what kind of shrub is in and what kind of style house is in the front? Yeah, I mean, she just knew stuff that you were like, whoa.
And also,
so yeah, I want to hear that. I want to hear her story.
Too young to have known those things and too young to have any kind of motivation about it, because that's my other
Bingo.
thing. Why are you telling this story? Like, what are you getting from it? What's the financial
Bingo.
gain? Where's the payoff? Follow the money.
Right.
A 5-year-old is not. They don't have a motive about this.
Right.
They're not.
So we had we had one foster child, and this was in Phoenix. She was 4 years old. Horrible trauma. She did not like being indoors for certain reasons.
Yeah.
So we always fed, because it was Phoenix, we always ate outside. That way she could get up from the table, run around, whatever, because she did not like being inside. So one day we're in the backyard, and my wife says, "Come," because we used to call her Squeak. "Come over here, Squeak. Come here." And she's like, "Hey, who's that woman over there?" And there's nobody there. And she's like, "What are you talking about?" She described my wife's mother down to her hairstyle. And she passed away 12 years ago.
Dude, I just got goosebumps.
Yeah.
Oh.
How would she know that?
Yeah.
How would she? And she said she didn't have shoes. Didn't have shoes. She's a ghost. She doesn't have shoes. She's floating.
Dude.
I mean, but described the dress, described her hairstyle that she usually wore her hair in. And my wife just started bawling. Because that was her mom. How would this girl know that? How would this 4-year-old know that?
I'm going to play my creepy music. That's not my creepy. Yeah. That's my alien aircraft music.
I was going to say, that sounds more like I'm going to be abducted. Yeah.
I got
There you go.
Yeah, I can't get my special effects guy. I need to hire someone else for that.
Yeah,
job.
You really do. You need to outsource that bad boy. Yeah. Yeah. But it's stuff like that, like details, like you're like, how, so I want to hear her story, because I'm sure the details are like, why, how would you even know how to create that?
Yeah.
And
she's again, like the last person you would think would manufacture a story is a 5-year-old, because they don't have the ability to, and they don't have any ulterior motive. And this woman was like living the total white picket fence American dream, like married, 3 kids, a dog, a cat, like, and the neighborhood piano teacher. She was as normal gets. Apple pie, Chevrolet, aliens land at 3 a.m. one night and take her.
But then they returned her too. That's the interesting part I want to hear too.
Yeah.
Like, if they're going to take me, why? What are you going to do? How am I going to? What do you mean you're going to return me? Like, my life's over, dude.
They were were not interested in probing her or analyzing or gaining intel. They just wanted to introduce her to her son, Elijah. Oh my! The son she never knew she had. It is.
What?
Oh, it's crazy, Mac. It's crazy.
Wow.
And we're gonna do it next after this break. Mac, thanks for coming on. Happy 26.
All right. Happy New Year.
Up next, Maria Cuccia.
Oh, look. Another national expert explaining Wyoming. Bless their hearts. Look, don't rely on national experts. We do it all ourselves at Cowboy State Daily Radio. Real news for real Wyomingites who actually live here. We tell it like it is, with headlines that hit harder than a spring blizzard and commentary that cuts through all the bull. Cowboy State Daily Radio. It's Wyoming news. No filter, no fluff. No kidding.
You're listening to the Cowboy State Daily Radio Network.
Wyoming is a place of unlimited potential, a place that inspires us to dream. Since 2014, Wyo Lotto has given back over $180 million to our great state through transfers, winnings, commissions, and more. Dollars that have gone directly into your cities, towns, and counties. Dollars that have changed lives and set dreams in motion. Thank you, Wyoming, for a legendary 10 years. We can't wait to dream up what's next.
Even the mighty might not see it coming. It's prediabetes, and it captures 1 in 3 adults. You may not even know you have it, but you can escape. Take the 1-minute prediabetes risk test to know where you stand. With early diagnosis, you can change the outcome and prevent or delay type 2 diabetes. Be your own hero on smartphones everywhere at doihaveprediabetes.org.
Whether it's our stories, the warmth of our laugh, or our family's secret sauce, we all bring something different to the table. So make some space. The power of connection is waiting right outside your comfort zone. Learn how you can help strengthen your community at belongingbeginswithus.org/teamup.
Cowboy State Daily Show with Jake as we're rolling along on a New Year's Eve day. Our next guest, Maria Cuccia, speaker, author. Her new UFO memoir, His Name is Elijah, is a shocking account of her story. Maria was, by all accounts, your very typical, if not stereotypical, American housewife living in the Queens, Long Island area. She's got the required 3 kids, the dog, the cat. She teaches piano lessons in the neighborhood. There's probably apple pie on the dinner table and a Chevrolet parked in the driveway. I mean, she was as normal as you get. So you're the last person I would think, Maria, to have this encounter. Your life, everything was shattered. Now, we'll go back because it didn't just happen on that one night at 3 a.m. There were indications before then, little foreshadowing maybe, but tell us what happened without giving away too much of the book. I want people to go watch it. I want people to go read it, but I've seen interviews with you, and this story is just, every time I hear it, I'm like, I can't believe it. Maria Cuccia is with us. Thanks for dropping in.
So nice to see you. Happy New Year.
Thank you. Same to you. Yeah, I hope the new year brings some answers, the things that are still unanswered in your life. But yeah, I set you up as to be the very typical regular person until things got very irregular. When did it happen and what happened? And take us through that night.
Yeah, the most profound experience happened on the night in 1992. I put my 3 daughters to sleep, ages 4, 6, and 9, and it went to bed. And for some reason, I woke up at 3 o'clock in the morning because I saw this beam of light coming out of the ceiling, which was strange. And I rolled over and I looked at the light, and the next thing I knew, I felt energy going through my body, and I felt as if I was just attached to this beam and elevated at a rapid, fast rate of speed. And the next thing I knew, I was on what looked like a spacecraft, a ship, and control panels and everything around me. And I saw 3 beings. They were very tall. They were robed, and they were instructing me to look out the large glass window. And I looked out this window, and there was a group of children. And there was a woman that I remember. She appeared to be human-like, and she brought forth a young boy. And I looked at this boy, and the beings basically told me, "This is your son. His name is Elijah."
Now, you estimated the boy's age to be about 8 years old, which is going to be important in a minute. It's so weird. So, Marie, can you describe how the communication happened? Was this a sharing of English that anybody said, or you just knew it? Like, how did it happen?
Yeah, it was telepathic, I would say, because honestly, I do not have any recollection of actual faces. What is clear in my mind is the cloaks and beams of and just kind of light around where the faces should be. So it's not like I saw mouths moving, but it was telepathic. So I heard in my mind, this is your son. His name is Elijah.
I wanted to ask you about the maternal instinct. Obviously, you're a mother of 3 daughters at this time. So I think I heard you say that it was your first question when they introduced this boy, it seemed like a boy. You said, "What is his name?" Only a mom would say, my first question would be, "Where the heck am I? Who is he?" You said, does he have a name? What is his name? And they told you.
Yes. And the connection, as you said, as a mother was there. Now, the only thing, and I didn't realize it in the moment, it wasn't until afterwards that I realized approximately 8 years prior, I had been pregnant. It was after the birth of my first daughter.
Yeah.
I wanted to have another child. And I was 3 months pregnant. So this was now in the 80s. And I went for my ultrasound, 3-month ultrasound, and saw the fetus along with the doctor. We heard the heartbeat and everything was wonderful. And he basically even said to me, "That's a strong heartbeat. I bet you're having a boy." We laughed. I was happy, went home. And the next day, I was struck with such severe pain that I collapsed to the floor. And my husband at the time called the ambulance. I was rushed to the hospital and basically had a miscarriage. The doctor said, your body just expelled the fetal sac. But eventually, again, I was returned home. He told me, "Don't worry, you'll be able to get pregnant again in the future." But the next day, I was called and I was told that I had to get down to radiology immediately. And I was baffled. I said, "Why? The doctor discharged me." And they said, "He needs to examine you again." And I raced to radiology and went for all kinds of sonogram, internal, external. He did his exam. And I said, what is happening? Why do you feel the need to do this? And he said, "When you pass the fetal sac, we expected to see the fetus inside, and there was no fetus." So it's these 2 points of interest that confused me, but also made it seem plausible. Like, does this child actually exist? And it's just set me on years worth of research and exploration. And
yeah, so I mean, it's not all that unusual to go through a miscarriage, and you were healthy. You obviously had 2 more kids, 2 more daughters. Yes. But it is unusual, obviously, to not have an actual fetus in the fetus sac. Like, that's weird. That's why you were called in. And then it doesn't end there. There's also later a surgery. There was also you had other pains. Give us the timeline of when now you go in for a surgery, because you're like, something's still not right. There's something in me. It feels wrong. What happened with that?
Yes, I suddenly, now this is years later of, after birthing children and everything, seemed to be fine until I started having abdominal cramps, like very severe cramps. And I had gone to the doctor. He said, "Oh, you're lifting up your toddler. That's normal, to have this type of, you're fine, take some muscle relaxants." But it persisted. Not only did it persist, it was hearing almost like a voice in my mind saying, something's inside you that does not belong. Almost as if it was strange. I admit it was strange, but it was so powerful that I couldn't give up. I couldn't buy what the doctor was saying. So it made me go and insist. I said, something's inside me that doesn't belong. He literally said, well, you're acting crazy. There's nothing wrong with you. Why are you doing this? I said, you have to explore this. He said, well, the way we can explore is, first he did an ultrasound again. He said, there's some fluid, you might have a cyst. Okay, so what we can do is what's called a laparoscopy. We go in and we can explore further. He said, shouldn't take long. I could aspirate some fluid and you'll be home. You'll come in the morning, go home in the afternoon. I woke up after the procedure to the words, Maria, you had major surgery. So, of course, I was shocked. And I said, what happened? They said, the doctor, when he went in, I have the full medical report. I reference it in the book as well. But, basically, it wasn't fluid. These were sacs, free-floating sacs behind my uterus, which is why it was undetectable by ultrasound.
Yeah, the ultrasound could not see this.
Could not see it.
Yeah. All right.
And these were removed. He put it in a specimen jar. I have pictures of them. But again, at the time, I didn't know what to make of it. It's like I just had these experiences happening. So I just started jotting things that were happening to me throughout my life because I didn't know what it was at the time. But now, years later, I'm not alone. There's women around the world sharing similar stories from around the world, not just the United States. And this is what I'm discovering. And this is why I'm speaking now, because women like me had these strange experiences, but we are continuing life. We're living. So what do? We just keep it in our minds of, okay, that was strange. There's no explanation, but now there's just need for more and more women to come out with these stories and share it.
I want to learn more about that because I have heard you say that there were similar cases in the Long Island area and really throughout the United States, maybe around the world. We're talking to Maria Cuccia. You got to check out this book, the new UFO memoir. It's called His Name is Elijah. That's what Maria was told when introduced to what seemed to be an 8-year-old boy during this UFO alien abduction of Maria. And then suddenly, now you go back, because right until then, Maria, it was just things that happened that you're like, maybe you didn't have clear answers, but you're like, you didn't maybe give it a second or third thought. But now you go back and suddenly things are piecing together. You're like, oh my goodness, maybe, I don't know why other women who've had similar experiences were not given this real glimpse, like, we're going to bring you up on the ship, we're going to show you your kid, we're going to make it really clear to you, Maria. Other women haven't maybe had that benefit, but they've had similar things happen.
Mm-hmm. Yes. I mean, there are stories where women were shown children, not all of them, as you're saying, but many who believe. Some women become pregnant without being with a man, and they're pregnant, and then suddenly they're not. There's all different types of stories with this. And not only from women, from men who are being awakened in the middle of the night and having very strange experiences, and then sperm is actually being extracted. So there are theories now. Now there's plenty of stories out there where we can gather the similarities with these, as I said, experiencers, and put it together. The more we gather, the more people are not afraid to speak about it. Maybe we can figure out what's happening.
Yeah, I want to direct people to the website. It's one good way to dive deeper in this whole mysterious thing. The emerging author, dynamic speaker is Maria Cuccia. That's Maria, how you would spell it, Cuccia, mariacuccia.com. Go right there. That's where you can learn more and then get plugged in and get the book. I urge you. Where can we get the book, Maria?
It's available on Amazon.
Okay. Just a fascinating story. Maybe the least likely person you would expect. And I mean, today is your motivate. Did you ever think, well, I'm going to write a book about this and become a famous author? Right now, you're just trying to tell people. That's what you've been kind of wired to do, is I have to tell everyone I know about what happened.
As I said, throughout the years, the more I researched, the more I learned, I felt almost like a mission to do it. It's not about becoming famous at all. It has nothing to do with that. It's not about that. It's about helping others. So I have to say, when I tell my story, it allows people to share their story. I do receive phone calls. I do receive emails, and it's just a matter of having someone to listen to your story, because back in the day, I was actually at one point labeled, people thought, okay, she's lost her mind, because I believe that I have a son out there. Now he would be grown, but I believe it. I connected. There was a love. So it's all about, I'm just telling my story, and I'm encouraging others to share their stories as well. That's what it's meant to do.
Fascinating story. You can read all about it, much more than we have covered in the book. His name is Elijah, The Mysterious Encounter of 1992 of Maria Cuccia. Find her on the websites, mariacuccia.com. Maria, thanks for spending time with us. Happy 26. I hope your life is, I don't know, whatever you want it to be, but how unusual. Oh, man.
It was great speaking with you. Thank you.
Thanks for coming on.
Bye.
Cowboy State Daily Show on a New Year's Day, first day of the month, the year, and yeah, here we are. And thanks for spending it with us. We're out of time. We'll see you again tomorrow, same time.
Good morning. This is the Cowboy State Daily Morning Show with Jake. The new way Wyoming wakes up.